I was going to look at my watch. It's not a watch, it's a bracelet. Let's see, it's about time to get started. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for coming. This is a really good mic here, sound system. I like it. Good afternoon for being here. April Hale Yinishia, Tabahanishlanto Shihabashin, Ki Ani da Shiche do Tsinnajinnie da Chinle, a Yambatro Dant Nasha, Biedil de Sanil, over there, the Kehashte. A Hale PR, Public Relations, Baho Nashnish. I work with the Water Rights Unit. I am hired by them to help with their public relations and community outreach, these meetings. We are doing a lot of community education, public and community education on Navajo water rights. Part of my colleagues on the PR team are Kyle Myers back there and Eunice So right here. Thank you so much and for all your hard work on these meetings. I want to thank you all for being here, for coming to your chapter to learn more about Navajo water rights and the Arizona settlements on the upper and lower basins of the Colorado River and the Little Colorado River. The purpose of this meeting, before I get into the purpose of this meeting, I would like to ask Miss Angela Cody to come up here and maybe provide us with a prayer. Is that with a prayer and some welcome remarks? And then we'll jump right into the purpose of the meeting, and then I will introduce our presenters. Here you go.
Thank you, Shaway April. Yat kwa nahonit lonigito sheyam Angie Cody when shigedo na Cody na anslon chishabashin trabahadashe. Doki ani da Chinle do zilantade inasha ako kwa Leupp etra ke hast akodi. Just want to say thank you for Navajo Nation Water Rights Department to come out and brief us and educate us on the water settlement. Although we have our land use plan committee members that I want to acknowledge. Tsinnajinnie, she's on the land use plan committee here locally, a subcommittee of the chapter, and then I did see Mr. Raymond Thompson. The chapter do on hitch sendo my brother Dwight. I want to acknowledge my aunt, Louise Benali, I see Earl. And Earl, can you come join me and open the meeting with a prayer? And then Earl, so, he's a part of him is from this community. So she's made it to our meeting. Nana.
Hagoshila shama aronda de Kodoki Yashani Clinic so the Zen Linigi Hand so the art is a bay art ordning. Kodojon or Loden Gitran Linitian. The Neda not Lini Konik St. Lani Tsinnajinnie. And Kitla has argued Kayata or Jigi Yakoti Benha Wenzen. Adon the hand so she Yakoni Sandaljo do Yasa that a Koti Kayan Daljo. But not in Lingo Gay Yakumban how to Tintin Lenigi Dishin Lenigio. Hand so the Yakon Kit and Lini Bespehosen Lindo Adon the Aya. Hate ego the Aya Kondi Giban hat Enigi Code lay Hawan has Adi Gi Patahan and Lindo Adon the Aya Kondi Gi hand so she united kit what Lonigilto. But not in Lingo Aya Code. Dahadit Atlandle, Adon the Aya Benach and Lingo Cody Ginkahan, Nadan Lindodil, Ado dan tsade ki koding git neng kahagi to kodoki e yabel bagan le wagonda des to yat e ho yen le wadi yahando da ladon da konsulagi tosa krag adi yat e ho ikena betni do le ado be bede da hod longo do hon benal loshin da hod to e to yat e ho e kodiki Yet none of the Lido, you cannot have in Lido, the Ladon, the Condon, where the Tahidan Lini Conha, Chenadan Lini, the Quishin Lat, Ego Eyabalash, like Yatash Chin, the Conke, Wait and Lenko. And he got a Nana Kahagit, the Condigi, Han, so the Ipapap, Paraconates and Lido, the Ladon, the Taia, Han, so she ultra the Lado Banan, she the Yosenigit, this Chin, the two. Here la eya nitsen hardly eya ikon anki etagel kito anki etanahuit apenachin lenigi kudo eya kiche hojonas lin lindole hojonas
Thank you, everyone. I see more folks are coming in and joining us. I really love it. I love a packed house. If you haven't signed in already, please do so. There are plenty of handouts in the back. If you haven't already grabbed some, please do that as well. It's super helpful as Mac and Dwight are giving their presentation. You can follow along with those handouts. The cool thing about them is they have some maps on them, so it's helpful to follow along. As I mentioned, my name is April Hale, and I'm a part of the public relations team helping with all of these public education meetings, as well as our entire public education campaign around Navajo water rights and the proposed settlements in Arizona. So we are doing a number of public outreach, including these meetings. We are also scheduling radio forums, so you should be hearing some advertisements on KTNN about an upcoming radio forum. We are also posting a lot on the Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission's Facebook page as well as Instagram. And you can always check out the Commission's website for more information. But we'll talk more about that as we get through the slides, but I do want to start the meeting. Hold on one second. So your presenters today are two attorneys from the Navajo Nation Department of Justice's Water Rights Unit. They are Dwight Witherspoon, here on the far end. Dwight used to also be a former council delegate, and he'll share more about himself. And then the other attorney is MacArthur Stant here, who they've both been such troopers this entire time. I like to say that we've been on a Navajo water rights tour. We've hit several communities already. We started in Winderock and went to Ganado. After that, we were in Chinle. Earlier this week, we were in Kayenta and Tuba City. Earlier this morning, we were in Dilcon. And so we're ending our week here with you all in Leupp. But come to on Monday, we will be in Rough Rock, and in the morning and in the afternoon we'll be in Pinon. So these two gentlemen here have just been incredible troopers and on us on this water rights tour, but also just providing a lot of really great information to all the community members who have attended these meetings. And this is a wonderful opportunity for you all to learn more, to ask questions, to share your comments and concerns. I do ask, though, that you try to save some of your questions and comments until we get through a lot of the slides. I can guarantee you that most of the slides will answer some of your questions. We do have a couple of note takers here who are capturing your questions. We also are recording, and I see some other recorders in the audience too, so that's really good. I like to see that. But we're recording because because we want to really, as I mentioned, want to capture your questions and comments, but we also want you all to know that we are sincere when we are here. We are sincere that we want to hear your feedback, and that we understand that water rights is such an important issue to every single one of you, to every single family, to all of your livestock and crops. So hopefully the presentation will be very informative. I know it will be very informative, and then hopefully it'll answer some of the questions that you may have. Also joining us this afternoon is Dr. Crystal Tulley-Cordova from the Department of Water Resources. She's in the back with her baby. Hi, say hi. And then, as was introduced earlier by President Cody, is Mr. Earl Tulley, and Mr. Tulley serves on the Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission. The Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission is an organization, a commission really for you, for the community, and we do want you to be as involved as you possibly can be. The commission holds monthly meetings every the second Wednesday of every month at 1 p.m. They don't really get a great turnout, so this is an invitation to you all. It is virtual, so go to the commission's website, find the login information, the meeting information, and please join us on that second Wednesday of the month. All right, so without further ado, I'm going to toss it on over. We'll start with Mac here, who will start the presentation. Oh, there you go.
Yat MacArthur Stant. My clan is Tsinnajinnie, and I'm born for the Hawaiian people. So it's fun to think of a Hawaiian and a Navajo finding each other. Hello. I'm not used to using a mic, but thank you. So my father came out here and served a Christian mission, and so he learned Navajo. But as a child, I didn't understand, and I wasn't given the opportunity to learn Navajo. So I would love to be able to speak Navajo more, but I won't be able to. But I'm grateful that I'm here, grateful to be able to work for the nation and be a part of this. Thank you for being here and coming. So let me give this to Dwight. Forgive me, I gotta remember to say Witherspoon. I knew Dwight from law school, so I didn't know that he was a delegate for the council at one time. So I gotta remember that it's nicer to call him Mr. Witherspoon.
Mac and I have a real good friendship. I met MacArthur Stant, call him Mac, in the Pre-Law Summer Institute back in 2019 in Albuquerque. He was the teacher assistant for a 2-month program where the American Indian Law Center hired 4 professors to come teach students, to give them a practice experience for what it's like to be in law school. And Mac was a teacher assistant for one of the professors. And he went to the University of New Mexico, and then after a year transferred to ASU. Well, I did. I followed him. I went 1 year at University of New Mexico, and then I transferred to ASU. He started with the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, worked in the Human Services Governmental Unit. Guess what? That's where I started. I worked in the Navajo Nation Human Services Governmental Unit as an attorney, and he transferred to the Water Rights Unit. Guess what? Last October, I transferred to the Water Rights Unit. So he is my great friend, and I appreciate getting to present with him today. Yat she Dwight Witherspoon Yenishat Doli Dene Tsinnajinnie Nishle Base Bach Ahnie Bashachin but Ahnie Dashache and Scottish Dashanali. Settle don I do Kitlana Denasha Agit Ahi na nish to ina denebazar bosh I am greatly honored to be here today and to be able to be presenting to you on one of the topics that both Mac and I really are committed to. trying to advocate for the Navajo Nation. Part of the Navajo Nation's water rights unit is to obtain water rights for the nation and to protect water rights for the nation. And we're blessed to be given that opportunity to advocate on behalf of the nation in this regard. The Navajo Nation, when I started in October, I really learned that they're involved in a lot of water rights currently. I learned that my calendar from October was already booked into January, that the Water Rights Unit was meeting from representatives from Utah. They were meeting with representatives on New Mexico. They were meeting with representatives in Arizona. And so I'm going to briefly tell you a little bit about what we're engaged in. We're going to talk a little bit about our presentation. And so our presentation is here about Arizona water rights. The nation is engaged in both trying to secure water rights in the court system through what's called the adjudication court in the Little Colorado River adjudication. Basically, it's court. But we're also engaged in settlement talks to potentially see if we could settle our water rights as well. We're going to talk a little bit about the process of the adjudication court. The first filing for Little Colorado River was in 1978 with Phelps Dodge. The nation filed their claims in 1985. Well, Hopi has completed their water rights adjudication, and a special master is going to be has made a recommendation to the court. And we're going to look at kind of their claims and then what the special master recommended. And there certainly may be some significant differences. That will help us kind of give a preview of what our water rights might look like in terms of our claims and what would be potentially the results that will be helpful in sharing that information with you today. We'll talk a little bit about what's the difference between litigation to try to obtain water rights and the difference in settlement negotiations to try to obtain water rights. We're engaged in 2 water rights settlements in New Mexico right now. In the Rio San Jose Basin, in the Rio Perco Basin, we're almost finished at being able to get on paper with agreement from the different parties, which include Acoma and Laguna in that basin and region, something that we can then take to the Navajo Nation Council. We're also engaged in the Zuni Basin for a possible settlement that we can introduce to the Navajo Nation Council. And so that's occurring right now. In Utah, there is the settlement agreement that occurred several years ago, and they obtained essentially a quantification for 81,000 acre-feet. In Utah, even though you have the settlement for the nation for Utah water rights, it has to go through, the settlement has to be taken to the court. And we'll explain a little bit more about this concept of the McCarran Amendment. And the McCarran Amendment says that you basically decree water rights in each and individual state. And so in Utah, even though we have a settlement agreement for Navajo, all the other parties have to also say, okay, this property is going to be able to get this much water rights. This property is going to be able to get this much water rights. And that takes a lot of time. And so they're having to go through that adjudication process to be able to then implement those water rights. So that's kind of in an implementation phase. In Arizona, as I indicated, we're we're in court. Mac is going to be explaining a lot of detail about how last summer Navajo Nation was in court for several months and initiated essentially our claims, and some of those are considered phase 1. He's also going to explain that there's also a phase 2. And so securing water rights is not for just past and present use, but it also includes future use. And so Mac will be explaining a little bit about how the nation was engaged in asserting those claims in the Little Colorado River basin. So let me, I guess Mac has the, we're going to go to this slide. The green is the upper basin for the Colorado River. It starts up in Wyoming, certainly includes Colorado, Utah, part of New Mexico, but there's a small portion there in green in Arizona that's on the Navajo Nation. And that's a part of the upper basin. The yellow certainly includes most of Arizona, part of New Mexico, part of Utah, part of Nevada, and part of California. And that's the lower basin. In 1922, there was a compact between the upper basin and the lower basin. And they allocated the river based on half going to the upper basin, half going to the lower basin. And so they chose a year that there was a lot of water. And so they allocated 7.5 million acre feet to the upper basin and 7.5 million acre feet to the lower basin. Well, the Colorado River goes all the way down to Mexico as well. And so Mexico was supposed to also get 1.5 million acre feet. The upper basin divided their allocation by percentage. And so they have, for New Mexico, 11.25% out of that 7.5 million acre feet, Wyoming 14, Colorado 51.75, Utah 23. But for Arizona, it's not by percentage, it's by a set amount, 50,000 acre feet. And that's for that small portion in Arizona. In the lower basin, Arizona's allocated 2.8 million acre feet, Nevada 4.6, California 4.6 million acre feet, and then Nevada's 300,000. The 2.8 million acre feet includes tribal water rights in Arizona. You want to go to the next slide? Highlighted here is certainly, we have in Colorado the San Juan River that comes and meets the Colorado River. Up there at the top, the river goes up into Utah, into Colorado, all the way up into Wyoming. The Little Colorado River certainly flows to the confluence and then into the main stem of the Colorado River. Next slide. On the left, it kind of identifies a little bit about some of the water sources. For groundwater, many of you might be familiar with, we have a Dakota aquifer. There's certainly the Navajo aquifer or the N aquifer. Much larger and across many of the southwest states is that sea aquifer or coconino aquifer, but certainly sometimes further down in depth. There's alluvial water that's certainly along washes, lakes, streams that many people are able to pump or get water from in windmills. Certainly we have springs, and there are also other aquifers as well. For surface water, the nation is looking at trying to secure water rights to the upper basin, the lower basin, and the Little Colorado River Basin. The upper basin has that 50,000 acre-feet apportionment. The Colorado River is federally managed by the Bureau of Reclamation. And so that is managed certainly by the Bureau. In the lower basin, it's also Colorado River water. And there's an allocation for the state of Arizona that's 2.8. That includes the nation's, our tribal water rights as well. In September of 1968, the Secretary of the Interior reserved some of that 2.8 million acre feet for water rights settlements. What's unknown is what is left to be able to potentially settle water rights, particularly with Navajo. In the Little Colorado River Basin, that is included within the lower basin, but it's something like a jurisdiction of water. And so when you think of a basin, where does the water flow? Some people might say, okay, if you're north of the Little Colorado River, the water flows south. If you're south of the Little Colorado River, it flows north. Typically, it might not be in all cases, but certainly the Little Colorado River Basin starts over in the Apache County, certainly up in the mountains, even in New Mexico, and those waters flow here towards the north, certainly across the Navajo Nation, and eventually to the confluence and into the main stem of the Colorado River. Before the water gets into the main stem, the water is considered state-managed water rights. And so that is state water. The Colorado River is considered federal waters. And so some of the legal cases about trying to obtain water rights became a little bit of a conflict. Which court do you go to be able to secure your water rights? Do you go to federal court? Do you go to state court? And so there's an amendment that was made called the McCarran Amendment. And the McCarran Amendment said that we will let the state courts adjudicate either state or federal reserved water rights. And so that amendment said that in the states, water rights will be settled. And so we don't go to the federal courts to do that. You go into the state courts to secure water rights. And that goes for federal reserved lands. And so those federal reserved lands might be a military base. They might be for a federal parks, national monument, might be certainly for a national U.S. Forest Service lands. It might be for a tribe's reservation. And so reserving those lands are considered federal reserved rights. They will be recognized in a state court. And that occurs because of the McCarran Amendment. Next slide. The Colorado River, its supply is diminishing. The demand is increasing. So the Southwest is experiencing, drought. And certainly the need for additional water is pretty, what you might call expected, that when you don't have sufficient, you're in need of more for subsistence, for livelihood, for ranching, farming. And water is needed in any kind of project, for construction, for roads, certainly for all of life, water is needed. And so certainly the demand is increasing. If you look at the Colorado River, and from year to year, the amount of snow that's in the mountains has varied. But over the years, certainly it seems like it's only about 11 to 13 million acre feet that's coming into the Colorado River on average. Well, you've allocated certainly about 16.5 million acre feet with Mexico and the upper and lower basin. You've kind of over-appropriated the water. That's a concern. In the lower basin, and there's this drought contingency plan and managing kind of the rivers, and those plans go up until 2026. And so the federal government is looking at initiating a federal action on changing how the Colorado River is managed based on what is, essentially Mother Nature really providing currently on average. And so initiating, a post-26 plan is of concern. What will be the differences? And certainly all of the upper basin, the lower basin, the 30 tribes that are on the Colorado River, all concerned about their own water rights. Navajo is very concerned because we want to get what we would call our markers down in securing water rights as well before this post-2026 implementation of federal action on the management of the river. Next. So in the ways to obtain water rights, you have through the court system, which we call litigation, but it's also called adjudication. So when you think of adjudication or litigation, all it means is you're doing it through the court system to try to obtain water rights. In settlement, you're in negotiations, and it's typically with the same parties. If you get a settlement agreement, you also have to take it to the court, and the court has to review it and to recognize it and decree those water rights that you agreed in a settlement as well. So even if you do it through the court or you do it through a settlement, it still has to go through the court to get recognized. In our case that we initiated in 1985, it was for the Little Colorado River Basin. We do not have, we haven't initiated a court case for the Lower Colorado River Basin or the Upper Colorado River Basin. And speaking about the Upper Colorado River, many of you are probably familiar with the 2010 and 2012 settlement proposals. The 2010 settlement included Lower Basin water and Little Colorado River Basin water. In 2012, it only included the Little Colorado River with a reserve of possible Lower Basin water. It didn't have anything to do with the Upper Basin. So in either 68 or 69, the Bureau of Reclamation was able to get the Navajo Nation Council to not assert its water rights to the Upper Basin for 50 years. Well, that ended in 2019. So in our current engagement for a possible water settlement, Upper Basin water is certainly on the table in our negotiations as well, which is different from the 2010 and 2012 timeframe. Next. This slide may be one of the most important that we share with you. There's differences between litigation and settlement. And this first concept on the left here is about based on minimal need. So in court cases, you have Supreme Court cases that provide guidance and precedent, which you have to kind of follow by those opinions. In state Supreme Court, sometimes in appellate court, but at the state level Supreme Court, they also provide guidance. And over the years, certainly there has been a reference in one of the Supreme Courts to the concept of basic minimal need for reserving the water rights for federally reserved lands. Well, our concern is about, in litigation, you have a different party that gets to argue the other side and say, well, that concept of basic minimum need means you only need the basic amount of water. In our viewpoint, basic minimal need refers to a standard that has to be met for a permanent homeland, which involves current, past, and future water rights for the Navajo Nation. And you get to argue that, and you get to argue on that concept or that point, and you do it in a court adjudication process. After you've provided all your witnesses, your evidence, your documents, you've done briefs on both sides, you've done your oral arguments, then a special master who listens and oversees all that testimony and evidence is going to make a recommendation to the court on the amount. And they'll recommend, okay, for this water source, this is the quantified amount that we recommend. For this water source, this is the quantified amount we recommend for this source. For this water source, we recommend this quantified amount for this water source. And it's taken to the court. The court can certainly review it, and if they have concerns or questions, they might request more documentation or hearing on or briefs, and if they accept it, then they will decree and recognize those rights. That's a paper water right. It says, okay, Navajo Nation, you have this much quantified water rights, and from this source, this much from this source, and this much from this source. It doesn't provide for any infrastructure or funding. This system is an adversarial system. So use the example of the Hopi. The Hopi tribe initiated their claims, and there are 33 other parties, and so Hopi says, we believe that we were essentially first and from time immemorial, and certainly this is how much we claim, and there's different categories, and they have to bring testimony and witnesses and evidence to try to prove that up. Well, the other parties, Navajo was one of the objectors to say, no, 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 and this is why we say no, 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 and try to provide, evidence and challenge their witnesses and evidence and stuff, but also the other parties. And so it's kind of an adversarial system that's created through the court system. This is lengthy. It started in 1978. Navajo did its first phase through the court last summer. A second phase for the actual trial will occur in about September of 2027, several years. It's a lengthy and costly process. A difference in settlement is certainly you get some certainty. You know exactly what you're agreeing to. You've negotiated it, so you're certain on what you're going to get. In litigation, you're dependent upon that special master who's hearing all the evidence and what they recommend to the court, and you're dependent upon the court. And you're crossing your fingers and you're hoping that you're going to get a good result. You don't have any certainty on what you might get. And so it's a little scary in the litigation phase. One of the benefits of settlement is usually you get infrastructure funds. An example of that is the Navajo Nation did its water settlement on the San Juan River. In the San Juan River, certainly got funding for that Navajo Gallup water supply system project. In New Mexico, there's also the Cutter Lateral, and in the Cutter Lateral system, already the communities are receiving water from that settlement agreement. Many of you, if you've gone to Gallup and up toward Shiprock, you can see the pipeline that is being put in, and even some of it coming towards Window Rock. That legislation certainly was for $800 million. It authorized up to $1.3 billion for that project. That construction timeline and funding runs out at the end of this year. Because of COVID and certainly inflation, the cost has almost doubled. And so there's a bill initiated in Congress to get additional about $800 million to be able to fully fund and build out that project, which they have the obligation to do. There's some additional laterals that is in consideration. There's also something called the Sweetwater Amendment that allows water to be taken out there at the San Juan intake system and then take it up to Utah. And that's called the Sweetwater Amendment. That is an example of how much money you could potentially get for large regional water projects. In the 2010-2012 settlement, certainly there was this consideration about the Western Navajo Pipeline system project that would take water out from Leupp, bring it all the way down to Tuba and all the way potentially to Cameron. You know, that's a very expensive regional water project. And something that you could potentially get in a settlement. The authorization is probably one of the most important aspects that you can obtain in settlement. The nation is in 4 different states. To be able to take water, certainly there is authorization for potential 6,411 acre feet to come out of the San Juan River and to be brought into Window Rock. But to be done, to actually do it, you have to have a settlement and recognized water rights in Arizona. Even though they're building the project to potentially bring it into Window Rock, we don't have any water rights legally. I mean, we use water as a nation, but we don't have the legal water rights to the upper basin, lower basin, or the Little Colorado River basin. And so we're seeking to obtain the legal water rights. So then you also need that authorization to take water from certainly one state to the other state. To take water from the upper basin to the lower basin. Because one of the laws of the river that you learn in law school is it's against the law of the river to take water from one basin to the other basin. Because you have certainly a recognition of the upper basin and a recognition of the lower basin. Well, the nation is in both. And so we need authorization to be able to take water from upper basin to lower basin. An example is that Navajo Western Pipeline. Well, Leupp is in the upper basin. Certainly to bring water down to Tuba City or to Cameron, which is in the lower basin, you need federal authorization or congressional approval to do that. So that's one of the most important things on this slide that is a pro for settlement. In litigation, the special master and the judges, they don't have any authorization or authority to allow water to come from New Mexico through the Navajo Gallup water system project to come into Arizona. They don't have any authorization to be able to let water come from the upper basin to the lower basin. that has to come through Congress, and usually through a settlement. Now, certainly, a settlement you negotiate, even though in the court system it's usually with the same parties. In an adversarial system, you're negotiating at the same table with the same parties, trying to compromise and come up with an agreement. So these are some of the things that we keep in mind, and we're engaged in both. The nation is engaged in both. We're trying to obtain our water rights through the court system in the Little Colorado River adjudication, and we're trying to obtain water rights through the settlement process. In our presentation, we're going to kind of advocate that we may be able to do a little bit better in the settlement process. And that'll come out in kind of our presentation. Next. The stream adjudication is a judicial proceeding to be able to determine the nature and extent and the relative priority of water rights in Arizona. And you have the Arizona Verized statute that authorizes that adjudication system. In water rights in the West, generally it's done by this concept of prior appropriation. So the first person to be able to start making use of the water usually has a senior right to water, particularly to surface water, for someone who starts using the water after the date of the first senior water right user. So if there's a not sufficient amount of water, the senior water right user who started putting the water use first has senior priority over a junior user. So they need to get their surface water right first. It's a little different for tribes. Certainly your water priority date, even if you haven't put the water to use, is based on an implied reserved water right. And that's based on the Winters case. And it means that there's an implied reserve of water for those reserved federal lands. And certainly for a reservation, it's for a permanent homeland. All right, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Mac, who's going to talk a little bit in depth about this court litigation we're engaged in.
I'll try to do a better job with holding the mic. I'm not really used to talking with a microphone. So, about the last 20 to 30 minutes, what Mr. Witherspoon has been speaking about is amazingly important, legally speaking, when it comes to water rights. And I've been listening to him for several presentations now, but it just hit me now of how much information has just been shared with you. A huge amount of information has been shared with you, huge. And so it's the analogy that I've been given, it's kind of like you've been hit with a fire hydrant just right in your face, which is a good analogy because that's water. We're talking about water here. But it's just, I mean, you've just been hit with a huge amount of information, legally speaking. So I'm going to also try to help out as well. A few things that he said that I'll touch on again and again as well is the concept is we use water. We do use water for many different uses. And we'll talk about that because that's a part of this adjudication. I will also say litigation, and that means court. So those three words are similar. Litigation, adjudication, court. Keep those together. It's the same idea. And that is one way for the Navajo Nation to get water rights in the state of Arizona. Now again, we use water. We've been using water time immemorial. There are no doubts that the Navajo people have been using water. People can't remember not having Navajos use water. However, when it comes to the law, this is a painful subject. Because according to the law, which is set up by the other sovereigns of this country, the federal government, and for us, the state of Arizona, there's a different type, not just use, but title. And that's what Mr. Witherspoon has already mentioned. This is about getting the title of the water, which means we have more rights. It's literally called rights. And with our rights, that means we can do things. Because sometimes it is hard, right? Why is it if we can use water, why is it that so many of our members have to haul water? Because we don't have those rights yet. And beyond those rights, the infrastructure to get the water to our Navajo people, our Diné people. So this is all a part of that. Now, how do we get water rights in the state of Arizona? We've already mentioned there's two ways. This is, I'm just going to call it court from now on, but it also means adjudication, litigation, court. We can use court. That's a court case. This will happen. You've been seeing a couple of slides that talked about the advantages and the disadvantages of court and settlement. One of the disadvantages of settlement, it might not work. We've experienced that, right? Multiple times. Mr. Witherspoon has said that we, the Navajo Nation, are being engaged in both court. So this one, we had no choice. The state of Arizona said, you're involved, no choice. So it will come to an end if nothing else happens. If nothing else happens, if there is not a settlement, this will happen. So the other option is the settlement. So there are huge advantages. And as I look at you, and I work for the Department of Justice for the Navajo Nation, and as an attorney, that means attorneys have clients. I am talking to you, my clients. As an attorney, you're supposed to be there for the best interest of your clients. So I am telling you, in the work that we do, for the best interest of the Diné, for our nation, and for you as clients, settlement is the advantage. For the rights to get now, and for the water development after those rights as well. Because I'm sure you have a lot of questions, and a lot of those questions are going to be directly connected with water development. That's very important, because that's been happening for hundreds of years. But legal rights, it's crazy, okay? That it is the year 2024. The state of Arizona has been around for a long time, but the nation has been around so much longer than the state of Arizona. And that the Navajo Nation has no water rights in Arizona, though we've been using water since time immemorial, where people will say, yeah, they've been using it as long as we can remember. That's what that means. If you ask the other people, like, oh yes, the Navajo have been using the water for time immemorial. We can't remember them not using it, but we don't have water rights. So for us to get water rights, which allows us to do other things, legally speaking, court or settlement. Now, we'll talk about this more. I'm grateful to be here with you today. So, in 1978, for many of us, I see a few people here, and I don't think you were around in 1978, but there's only a few of you who weren't around in 1978. But the most of us here, 78 was a different lifetime, yes? Yeah, I was a lot thinner. I missed that. I missed that a lot. I was a little boy. I was a little boy running around, having fun. No front teeth, right? This started and is my life, meaning our lives. Our whole life has happened around this. 1978, as Mr. Witherspoon has mentioned, Phillips Dodge Corporation was the first party to say, we think we have rights to the Little Colorado River water. We think we have rights. And this is how it started. As you notice on the timeline here, the nation, in 1985, the nation does say, we have rights. Now this is only for the Little Colorado River, only that basin. Mr. Witherspoon has also mentioned 2 other water sources, the Upper Colorado and the Lower Colorado River basins. This litigation does not include that. How do we get rights for those? Settlement. If litigation ends, and look at the last date, the last year says 2027. That won't be when we get rights from litigation. It'll still be years after that we get those rights. So the concept, though, is, the idea of these rights. Now, I was a teacher, and so was Mr. Witherspoon, and some classes are more fun in school, right? PE is more fun. We're teaching the boring things today. This is the law, using the state of Arizona and the federal government. What they have set up as law, that we, another sovereign, because we are a sovereign, that we have to use those laws to get our water rights. It's not what we would like, but that's the system that we have to use. And this is the litigation part. Once again, I will say it is only for the Little Colorado River Basin. We have more water right claims. That's a legal term, claim. We, the Navajo Nation, claim we have this much water that should be considered our title, our title. This will only be for the Little Colorado River. Now, Mr. Witherspoon has mentioned what we call the McCarran Amendment. This has to do with a conflict with tribes and with federal water rights. Because our neighbors to the south, Winslow, Flagstaff, Holbrook, they're state parties. And they go to the state of Arizona for their water right claims, for their legal water right claims. They just go to the state of Arizona. But because of a reservation, and this is a federal legal term, this is amazing, because as a child, I was raised here, and I didn't know what a res meant. I just knew it was a 3-letter word, right? Res, but I didn't know what that meant. It wasn't until I got to law school, which makes me sad and angry. It wasn't until I went to law school just about 5 years ago that I realized the reservation was a federal action, right? There was a time where most of this land was occupied by the Dene, right? But there was unfortunately a treaty where the land that we got for our permanent homeland was much smaller. And then the federal government said, that is a federal reservation. We, the federal government, recognize this. And that means we, the federal government, can give you water rights. So tribes have a conflict. They have the federal government through federal reserved water rights that are connected with our reservations. How do we get those water rights? And then here in the Little Colorado River, that's a state water right. There's a conflict there. We have to deal with both sovereigns for this issue. And that's why we have McCarran. McCarran said, Federal Reserve water rights, native tribal lands reservations is an example. Mr. Witherspoon said there are other reservations. For instance, the federal government has military bases. Those are also considered federal reservations, where the federal government is the trustee, right? I mean, this is our land, but still, we have a trustee, the United States, who has often done a poor job as our trustee. Now, let me go back one step. Last year around this same time, and it's nice to see, and I'm gonna put her on the spot, but Commissioner Joelynn Ashley has just come in the room. It's about a year ago, she was in Washington, D.C. for the Supreme Court case, Arizona versus Navajo Nation. What was that about? The Navajo Nation was saying, our water rights, our federal water rights to the lower Colorado River, we want a voice. Mr. Witherspoon has already mentioned why Arizona, and this time the federal government was against us, right? Our own trustee was on the other side of the case. That's crazy, right? I mean, how can you be our trustee if you're on the other side? But what they were saying is the federal government and the state of Arizona and the state of California were saying, hey, Navajo, we have no more water to give on the lower basin. As Mr. Witherspoon said, they've given all of that water rights away. And we, the Navajo Nation, saying other tribes were given water rights years ago. We were left out. We asked the federal government, stand up for us. And they did not. So we need to stand up for ourselves. In last year's case, did we lose any water rights? The distinct answer is no. We lost no water rights. What happened was the Supreme Court said that in order for the federal government to help the nation, we needed to have more distinct federal law. But we did not lose any water rights. So the concept is this litigation about the lower Colorado River? The answer is no. This litigation is only for the little Colorado River. And I've already said that like 5 times in the last 10 minutes. So you're gonna be like my kids. I have a 14-year-old and a 10-year-old. So, right? And so you're gonna roll your eyes and say, oh my gosh, I used to be a teacher, right? So you're gonna say, I like hearing my name Stant. Like, Stant, we've heard that, good. I don't want you to forget it. You're gonna hear it until you won't forget it, okay? Just like parents with kids, right? I'm gonna tell my kids until they say, enough. No, you're gonna hear it until you don't forget it. So this litigation is not comprehensive, and a settlement would be. Because right now, in the settlement that's happening right now, the Navajo Nation is saying, we deserve water rights for all 3 water basins in Arizona, the lower Colorado, the upper Colorado, and the little Colorado River. This, though, will not give us that. So that's another very important reason to remember the difference between litigation and settlement. A couple more things. According to McCarran, tribes go first in state litigation. The Hopi has already had their hearings, their cases. They're finished. In order to do that, in a court of law, in the court of state of Arizona, first you must make your claims. Hopi made their claims. This is how much water we want. Then, in court, they have to have witnesses and testimony and evidence to show that they were right. When I give the microphone back to Mr. Witherspoon, he's going to show you a slide. And the slide's going to show what the claims for the Hopi were. Like, what were the claims? Most of the time, the special master, who I'll talk about very soon, the special master recommendation, which is in 2022, the recommendation most of the time was a lot smaller than the Hopi claim. And why was that? Because typically speaking, the Hopi was unable to show the special master the evidence the special master thought would match that proper claim. There are a few areas where Hopi got 100% of their claim. And that's more likely than not because Hopi was able to show the evidence that we do use that water in the past, in the present, and for the future. So the special master was able to say, that's your claim, that's my recommendation. Okay? Claim and recommendation. That's what's going to happen in litigation because we need a special master. I'm going to talk to you about some details about last year from April to August when we had our hearings and what we had to do and what we're trying to do. We gave our claim, and then if litigation continues, the special master in the future, in years to come, will give us a recommendation. Now, again, as a teacher, sometimes you want to wake people up, right? So I'm trying to scare you straight. We're going to show you that the Hopi claims and the Hopi recommendation are poor for the Hopi, and that more likely than not, we're going to get the same treatment. Our treatment will be very similar. That we're claiming as much as we can, and we're probably going to get really low recommendations. That's what we're afraid of. We really are. We're afraid of that, right? Because this is litigation, and in settlement, it's different. So today, we're talking to you about these sort of things because that's what we can talk to you about. Both of these are happening at the exact same time. I'm going to show you a couple of maps and lists that deal with the Little Colorado River. So this is, and you've seen this already, but this is the basin. The blue means the basin. And in the northern section, that is the Navajo Nation. The northern section of the Little Colorado River basin is the nation. And we see it, right? We had precipitation last night. We know that some of it will stay and go into the ground and saturate and be useful. We also know that some of it is going to come down in the washes, and then it's going to basically join, right, in the Little Colorado River. That's why we're this basin. So another important part is it starts south of us in the mountains, right? Some of these mountains are in New Mexico, and some are in Arizona. I always enjoy listening to Mr. Witherspoon, and I liked how he talked about the concept that, and we believe this as Dene, we believe this, that water is its own creature, its own life, its own force, right? The water doesn't care about state boundaries. The water doesn't recognize nations. It just recognizes the land, and it goes with the land. But we live in an environment that doesn't do it that way. So this is why we have all these borders. This country has done that. The point is, in Arizona, we're aware that the mountains in Apache County, those are the waters that flow. It flows through our neighbors, like Holbrook and Winslow. It flows here. I mean, it's an honor to be here. This is the heart of the Little Colorado River, right? If it flows past us, I don't like the name of it, but we'll call it the Grand Falls, right? You know? I mean, we have tourists who like to come and look at it, right? And think that they're having a fun experience, but it's more than that to us. It's more than that. Yeah. I look forward to the day that I can take my children to see Grand Falls, not as an attraction, but as a lesson, right? So this is the important things. This is the Lower Colorado River, and you are, I haven't said this before, but you are the heart. You believe that, right? It's here. You know, it comes and it goes and it continues. It's an honor to be here. So we have these boundaries, we have these chapters. 44 chapters, your chapter included, right? All of Leupp is in the Little Colorado River Basin. My chapter, when I was a boy, running around toothless, when this whole thing started, was called Little Greasewood, Lower Greasewood. Now it's called Greasewood Springs, right? But so with my chapter. My chapter is all in the Little Colorado River Basin. So some of these chapters are completely in, some of these chapters are partially in. But the fact is all of these chapters are who we're representing for the Navajo water rights in Arizona for the Little Colorado River. I've had to say all of that. That's too much, but this is only for that case. Okay, so then another map of those same chapters that I just showed you. So we will not spend much time, but please take the photos and I'll give you a minute or two. But I know it's hard to see where you're sitting, but all the names of the chapters are here, okay? They're all here, and here's where we're at right now, Leupp. Now, Mr. Witherspoon and I are here, and again, I see you as my clients. I work for the Navajo Nation. You are the Navajo Nation. My legal advice is that settlement is better than litigation because these are the parties to the litigation. And we have 34 mentioned. We have our neighbors to the south, Flagstaff, Winslow, Holbrook, St. John's, Show Low. We also have the ranchers to the south, okay? Because they also are making claims, right? This is the law. And as the law, for water you make a claim. For water you make a claim. But for the state adjudication, tribes are first. Hopi went before us, and we are next. Now, the next slide is supposed to give you an idea. Right now, what is happening is the settlement. And this is the parties who are settling, who are having negotiations. And for this settlement negotiations, the Navajo Nation is working to get water rights for the lower Colorado River Basin, for the upper Colorado River Basin, and for the little Colorado River Basin. So for those three basins, settlement can do that. Litigation cannot. Okay? So you might be thinking, well, that does not make sense. Why can one say 34 and the other one say 9? And that is because the smaller towns off the reservation, Holbrook, Winslow, they come together and they're our LCR coalition. The ranchers join them as well. So like a town like Holbrook, where I went to high school, and my guess is some of you went to Winslow, right? So I like coming to Leupp because we're rivals. I like it. Bulldogs and Roadrunners. And in a couple of weeks, we got hopefully state playoffs, right? You know, I will. This is me taking a detour real quick, but I was surprised. Winslow beat Holbrook 2 times this year. I'm like, wow, good for Winslow. You know, like we'll see what happens in the playoffs pretty soon. But let's go back to what I want to be here for. Okay? So a lot of these are small enough where they thought if we come together, we'll have a bigger voice in the settlement. And so that's why there's only 9. But that makes it a better settlement. Because during the litigation, and let's talk about it a little bit more, I am recommending that settlement is better for the Navajo Nation. And the reason is the litigation is a judicial proceeding. It is court. And it's not like the TV shows, and it's not like the movies. Those are more exciting. It is, like Mr. Witherspoon has said, it is lengthy and it is complicated. So what happens is you have a court where you don't even have a judge. You have what we call a special master. And I will talk about that pretty soon, but it is like that process where you must collect evidence, and it is hard to do. Because we know that we use the water. We make our water claim. This is the water we use. But then the special master, the court, is saying, prove it, show us, prove it. Where are the documents? Where are the records? And we're like, oh, it's not always like that. It's not always like that. We just know. Well, then show it, prove it to us. That is not in settlement, okay? In settlement, they'll listen to us more. But in litigation, we have to collect the evidence. We have to find the witnesses who will testify. And then during the litigation, when we call a witness for the Navajo Nation, and after we're done asking them questions to show that we use this water, then all of the other parties get to also question the same witness. And of course, they're trying to make our witness look wrong. You know, they're trying to say, tell me more about what you're doing, right? And then it's all done for the special master. It's done for that person. So it's more muddy because we have to do a process that is not as direct. So it could be in Apache County because that's where a lot of the water comes from. But it's in Maricopa County because a lot of the parties are in that capital of Phoenix. And I've mentioned special master. For the settlement, the parties negotiate directly with each other. Now I want, again, this is about the litigation. The litigation has a special master. Her name is Sherry Zundry. And she was assigned to be the special master in March of 2023. And here is what she does. And it's a lot like a judge. It's a lot like a judge. She's not a judge. She works for the state of Arizona, and she's been assigned by the state of Arizona. And she presides over the court proceedings, similar to a judge, but not a judge. She will listen to the opening statements, the witness testimony, the closing arguments. She will also read the reports, because we have a lot of reports. Not only the Navajo Nation, but all the other parties are constantly writing reports. We call them briefs, but reports and information about the claims, about the evidence. And it is a lot. After all of the hearing is done, then what the special master will do is she will prepare a report and a decree. A decree is another legal term, and Mr. Witherspoon has mentioned it already. A decree means the award of water rights from the court. A decree is the award of water rights from a court. And that's what happens. So no matter what, if we use litigation, we will get a decree from an Arizona state court for our water rights, our title to water. In settlement, it will also happen that way too. In using settlement, there will be a decree where the Arizona state court will award the Navajo Nation title to water rights. In a settlement, it'll be for the three. In litigation, it is for the one. So as your legal counsel, my recommendation is to use settlement. Okay, general adjudication The Navajo Nation has given claims as to how much water the nation believes it should have a right to. Then there's briefs and reports to give to the special master for their persuasion. We want to persuade the special master to believe our claim. Again, pretty soon Dwight will show you a slide that shows the Hopi claims and the Hopi decrees. And our understanding is if the Hopi claim and decree are the same, that means the Hopi tribe were able to give good testimony and evidence where the special master said, yes, you use that water for the past, the present, and the future. Sometimes the number is going to be 0. And we believe when the special master said 0, you get 0, that the Hopi tribe was not able to give the evidence and the testimony to convince the special master of the Hopi claim. So, again, this is where we will get that decree from the courts. Next one. Going back to the lower Colorado River, when we go down south, there are tribes that have water rights in the south. And they were given those water rights through what we call practicable irrigable acreage. It means, I'm going to say farming, right? That the state of Arizona believed those tribes had easy access to farming next to the Colorado River, and that's down in the south. So I bring this up because for the other tribes, it's more complicated than that. It's not just about irrigation, which is important, right? For the nation, irrigating is important. I'm sure several of you are farmers who have come today. So you understand irrigation, but it's not only about that. In the Arizona Supreme Court, in the Gila adjudication, the Supreme Court said, we must think of more than just PIA, practicable irrigable acreage, more than farming. That for tribes, here are other factors, other uses of water that are not just farming. So in the treaties that most tribes have had, the treaties say that the reservation, the federal reservation of a tribe is for their permanent homeland. Their permanent homeland. So to have a permanent homeland, we need to consider the future population. The future population. So we last summer, we had a lot of witnesses and a lot of evidence and a lot of briefs where we, the Navajo Nation, said the population of the Little Colorado River Basin is going to improve and increase over the next 50 years, the next 100 years, because that's what the court wanted to hear. There were some parties who said the Navajo Nation is wrong. The Navajo Nation population has reached its peak and will never get that much again. And the Navajo Nation population will only go down as to those members who live on the nation. And we understand that, right? I mean, 50% of our population lives off the reservation right now. We understand that. But a lot of it is because of certain things, right? Like jobs, like education. You know, I fall into that category. So I left for a time, got my education, and now I work for the nation again. So this concept of population was very important. The more people you have, the more water you can claim, right? More people, more water claim. Less people, less water claim. So there is a party in this litigation who says that the Navajo Nation population here on the nation will never increase. It will only go down. The reason they said that is because of the census. The most recent census happened during the pandemic. And life here on the nation was hard during the pandemic. It's hard anyway, right? It's always hard. But during the pandemic, the rest of the United States, and on sometimes even on a global basis, and she lives here in America, but I'm going to pick on one of our guests right here. She actually comes from Scotland, right? So, I mean, the world is watching us. We have someone from Scotland who is here to want to know more about this. The point was the census, right? So, the census during the pandemic and the previous census has our population going down. And so the other party are saying, Navajo cannot prove that in 50 years they will have a thriving population here, even though I think most of us believe members want to come back, right? But we need help. We need the resources to come back. For the census, I'm going to give an example. So we see these mailboxes over here, right? If you go off the reservation, most addresses are for a home, correct? So for the census off the reservation, let's say down in Phoenix, they have all the addresses and they can go to that house. But here, we have a lot of members, that's how they get their mail. So you can't use the address. Where I'm from, in Greasewood Springs, that's my mailbox too. My mailbox is at the store. My mailbox is at the store. So they might not count me. So what we were arguing was there's an undercount. And we were trying to show that special master, the nation believes in 50 years we will have a much larger population than now. And in 100 years, it will even get bigger than that. And we'll show you the claims in a couple more slides. And we made those claims because we were working to get the largest recommendation we could from the special master. So, next slide. I've already mentioned on it a little bit, but the Navajo Nation had witnesses. The current president, President Nygren, he was a witness. The previous president was a witness. We had council delegates who were witnesses. We had chapter leaders. We had division directors from the Navajo Nation government. We had academics who were saying, I'm getting my education. I want to come back. I will come back. We did many things to try and show that our water claims were valid and that they should be recommended by the special master. But it is very difficult because the level in which we have to prove this and show this is very high. And we have all of those other parties. Anytime we called a witness, so we had President Nygren, and he answered the questions from our attorneys. And then about another group of 8 to 10 attorneys took their turn, one after each other, talking to the president, asking the president questions to try to prove and show to the special master that the president didn't know that the population would grow in the future, that we're working to have a stronger nation in the future, and that our water claims in this court case were good claims. We also had hydrologists to talk about the water. As we know from here, right? This is a source for the Little Colorado. When it rains, when it snows, that water eventually gets to the Little Colorado, eventually gets to the Colorado River. A hydrologist was showing that information. A demographer was the experts that were trying to talk about the population. I hope this is meaningful because as I say it, I understand it might not be easy to listen to. And so it's just the nature of this information. But it was very important to this phase one. So once again, I'll try to hurry up a bit. Recommending that settlement is better. And I'll just read this part. In litigation, legal counsel from each party try to persuade the special master. Okay? So it's not a clean and direct form of communication. We work hard to try to convince the special master. That special master will write a report. The special master is supposed to be someone who's neutral, who's not aware of all the other things that are happening. Settlement, though, the parties can do direct negotiation. We can talk about those who are also from here and have concerns and maybe understand our situation a bit better, maybe. A few more slides, and then we'll be done talking about specifically the court, which is the litigation of the Little Colorado River, and then we'll break it out to a more broad area as well. So thank you for your patience. Thank you very much. For phase one, the hearings were from April to August, basically the entire summer, to call witnesses, to have them give testimony. Right now, this is happening right now. After the hearings, the parties will write their briefs that they will give to the special master, and she will read it. The first one has already been written, and they were due on November of last year. They were the initial briefs. That meant the idea was each party had the opportunity to say, this is Navajo's water claims. Navajo said, this is why we feel we are correct. The United States said, this is the Navajo claims, this is why we think their claims are good. But then everyone else, they're writing, these are Navajo's claims, and this is why they're wrong. Mr. Witherspoon said that litigation is adversarial. That's what this means. We're fighting against each other. They're an adversary. All the other parties say, Navajo is wrong. Different than a settlement. So the second part of the briefs are next week Friday. They're due. They're due next week Friday. Today is Friday. A week from today. A week from today, they are due. This second level, this response briefs, the Navajo Nation has read all the briefs from all the other parties, and now the Navajo Nation is saying, for instance, the city of Flagstaff said we were wrong. We're going to tell you why they're wrong and we're right. So all of the parties are doing that. So all the other parties are writing and saying, Navajo says they're right. This is why they're wrong. It's adversarial again. Those will all be sent next week Friday to the special master. Then in March, there'll be one more brief, only written by the Navajo Nation and the United States. And it's the Navajo Nation's last time to say, here are our claims, here's why we're right. So that's the concept there. Closing arguments will be in April. They will happen. The hearings were broadcast online from the Maricopa County website, on the court website. You'll be able to watch the closing arguments if you want to. It's in person as well. It'll all be down in Maricopa County, down in Phoenix, the Maricopa County courthouses, but it'll also be online. You can watch it. And what's going to happen is the Navajo Nation's going to give an argument and tell the special master, here are our claims, here's why we're right. The U.S. will also say, here's Navajo claims and here's why we support them. And then all the other parties are going to say, here's Navajo claims, here's why they're wrong. And that's adversarial. The same process is going to happen again. The same process. The claims for this phase 2, though, let's go over them. Again, we talked about Gila 5 in that for tribal water rights in the state of Arizona, it's just not PIA, practicable irrigable acreage. In our claims for phase 2, we will be trying to persuade the special master about the claim for our water use for cultural water use, unique tribal water uses, recreational, fish, wildlife and conservation, mining, heavy industry, commercial, and irrigation. So we are well involved in this too. As we've mentioned, settlement is happening now, as well as litigation. Arizona Department of Water Resources, they have a report, and it was released last year, and for a whole year, the parties, including the Navajo Nation, get to make comments about that. Then, right now, we're still working on the experts for these claims in phase 2. Those expert reports are due basically a year from now. Then we have discovery, the collecting of evidence. The evidence that we're going to use to make our claims, we will have to finish in February of 2027. Then the trial, well, this pretrial statement is the brief where we give our claims and explain our claims for these uses. Then the trial will begin in the year 2027. So again, this is only for the Little Colorado River, only for that. And this is state. Okay. I just have a couple more slides, and I'm going to have to. Do we have another outlet? Because my computer is low on battery.
Up on the stage. How long is your
That's not very long, but we can. Hopefully, Kyle will help us out. Anyway, let me finish up. So once more, and I will take very little time on this. That settlement is better for the Navajo Nation to get its water rights in the state of Arizona than litigation. A couple more slides, just to give you a brief idea, a brief understanding. So we're talking about water, and because we're talking about so much water here, and it's in some of your handouts as well, acre feet per year. So somewhat like a football field, that size, if that area was filled with a foot of water, that amount of water is what's equivalent to an acre foot, which is hundreds of thousands of gallons of water. 325,851 gallons of water. So just to make it easier, we call it an acre foot because of the size of the amount of water. When we also see the claims that Hopi made and the recommendation they got, and we see the Navajo claims, you're also going to see GPCD, gallons per capita per day. So this is a way that the state of Arizona looks at how much water maybe a city uses, like per person per day. Again, here's the math equation. Municipal is like a town or a chapter, so we can think of Leupp. So what is Leupp's water demand? How much water does Leupp need? We divide that by the population of Leupp. Then we divide that by 365 because that's the days in a year. And from that, we'll get these numbers, GPCD. So in 2017, Phoenix use about 236 gallons of water per person per day. That's an example. So this is just to give you an example so that when you see the claims from Navajo and Hopi, you might have a certain idea. So acre feet per year, huge amounts of water. And then GPCD is this idea of how much water we might need per person in a municipality, which is like a town, which is like Leupp. So I'm going to show you the claims that the Navajo Nation made in the first phase, and then I'll turn it over to Dwight, who will compare what happened with Hopi. Again, in order to make the claim of saying we, the nation, believe our population on the nation will increase, and in 50 years we will have 340,000 people. In 100 years we will have 447,000 people. More people, more water. And this is the claim that we made. So, in terms of GPCD, the claim is 178 gallons per day. Now, right now, we are not using even close to that, right? A lot of people who haul water aren't able to get up to that number. But the concept is if we had the infrastructure, if we had the ability to have access to water, it's not that we would waste water. In fact, we're told to be very smart with our water. But the concept is we would be grateful to have an opportunity to have more water, to be the permanent homeland that we want, to have the opportunities that water can bring. Water brings opportunities. So that's the concept of that number, of saying that, because the other parties were saying, Navajo doesn't need that because right now Navajo is using a small amount. They're not using this. And our argument was, it's because we don't have the access to that water. Give us access, and it's not about wasting, it's about opportunity. We want the opportunity that others in the state have had. We believe we deserve that opportunity. This is why we make this claim. And then, for the Little Colorado River Basin, our claim is 85,000 acre-feet per year for the Navajo Nation. Again, thank you for paying attention to this sometimes very difficult information, okay? So I'll be honest, my head hurts right now. And I do this every day, right? So thank you for listening. I'll move on to the next slide so Dwight can talk to you about this as well. Oh, I can. Let me go back, sorry.
This last part on the slide is DCMI is for domestic, commercial, municipal, and industrial use as one of those categories that we're asserting water rights to, and that's what that amount is for. You can go to the next slide. So in this slide that we're showing here, Hopi has made their claim, and the special master has made a recommendation. So for domestic, commercial, municipal, and industrial use, the Hopi tribe made a claim for 9,322 acre-feet annually. The special master recommended only 3,069.3 acre-feet annually. For their stock pond claims, they made a claim for 3,576 acre-feet annually. The special master made a recommendation for 3,572 acre-feet. For their stock and wildlife, they made a claim for 1,123 acre-feet annually. The special master recommended 824. For their agricultural or irrigation claim, they made a claim for 26,687 acre-feet. The special master recommended 18,898. For their CNS gardens, they made a claim for 9,471. Special master recommended 0. For their livestock value chain operations and alfalfa fields, they made a claim for 12,215. The special master recommended 0. For their coal liquefaction claim, they made a claim for 20,600 acre-feet annually. The special master recommended 0. For their hybrid coal-fired and solar electrical power generation plant, they made a claim for 6,500. The special master recommended 2,300. For their Keams Canyon recreational area, if you add up the storage and evaporation, it actually comes up to that 26 acre-feet. For the Pasture Canyon claim, it was for 317 acre-feet. The special master recognized 286.8. For their White Ruins Canyon claim of 12.39 acre-feet, that's the same amount that the special master recommended. Using that last category, certainly the 12.39 acre-feet is very specific. So they probably had sufficient evidence to demonstrate to the special master that that's the claim amount that they should receive, and that's what the special master recommended. You can see in terms of their claims and what the special master recommended, in some regards, they only got a third of their claim. In some cases, it was about half. In some cases, it was about 2/3. In some cases, it was 0. What that tells us or gives us an insight to is we expect potentially a similar result in asserting our claims, and what kind of result may we obtain in asserting our water rights as well. Next slide. There was a slide that we had in a previous presentation that spoke about population, and Hopi had asserted a population number of, was it 59? So for population, they made it a claim for 59,000 acre-feet. The special master, I think, recommended only 29,000. So in terms of population, certainly they had a much lower population number. They had asserted that their membership would be about 52,000 members. In 2110, the Flagstaff demographer said that the Hopi's population would only be about 18,855 or something like that. Well, that's what the special master accepted. And so that's why the recommendation for how much water for population for future needs was so low. That's one of our big concerns, is being able to show or prove potential growth in terms of population on the Navajo Nation. We know our nation is growing. We're over 400,000, but most of our population is off the reservation. So trying to prove and show that our on-reservation numbers are going to be large and that many people will come back is something that's a little difficult currently because of just the recent census. Okay. Yep. We've spoken about the nation is engaged in litigation. We're engaged in the Little Colorado River adjudication. We're also engaged in settlement. In settlement, we're not asserting just claims to the Little Colorado River. We're asserting claims to the Lower Colorado River and the Upper Colorado River basins as well. And so that becomes a little more comprehensive. Certainly, we're seeking authorization in settlement for authorization to take water from one state and move it to another state. We're seeking authorization to take water from upper basin to lower basin. We can only get those in settlement and congressional authorization. We can't get that in litigation. The judge and special masters just do not have that authority to say you can take water from one state and bring it into another state. They don't have authority to say you can take water from the upper basin to the lower basin, as that is it's against the law in the law of the river currently, and only Congress can authorize that. Some of the things that are impactful is based on minimal need. One side is saying you only need the minimum amount of water. The nation is saying we need a minimum standard for a permanent homeland, which is basically the argument from both sides. It'll only be a paper decree, comes with no infrastructure. And this is we will only get a decree in the Little Colorado River. There is some historical irrigation that has occurred. Certainly that'll get recognized. There may be certainly water rights on the aquifers, but there may be potential limitations. So there's some benefits, but there's also some concerns about what we would attain through litigation. In settlement, certainly there's the certainty. We know exactly what we'll get. There's certainly potential for large funding of regional water projects to provide for surface water use to support our Navajo Nation's groundwater use and dependency currently. But in a number of our communities, we don't have sufficient water in some of the aquifers in some of our communities. And in some of our communities, the water has either arsenic or radionuclides or potentially high concentration of salt, selenium, that makes it brackish and certainly not good for potable type of water. And so there's a need to be able to get access to additional surface water uses to tie in and back up and supply essentially good quality water across our 110 chapters. What's the next slide? This slide we really like because it provides in blue essentially the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority's water system, and it kind of spiders out to where communities have existing systems. On the right there in green, you have that Navajo Gallup water supply project that's coming out from there before you get to Shiprock, between Shiprock and Farmington, and it goes down all the way to Gallup, and there's a potential tie to come over to Winderock as well. We don't have the secured water rights to actually bring water into Arizona yet, but that system is being funded. They're seeking additional funds to be able to complete that project, to add additional tie-ins, but it also has that sweet water to take water from that source and to take it up into Utah. Many are familiar with the proposal in the past, the 2010-2012 settlement for a possible Western Navajo pipeline to take water from Lachie, bring it down certainly to Tuba City, and potentially all the way down to Cameron. That's obviously going to be very expensive, much like the Navajo Gallup pipeline, very expensive. That potentially you could get in a water regional type of settlement. The additional things that we're trying to envision involve potentially taking some wells that we have near the corner of the border to tie into the Leupp Delcon project. There's certainly possibility for water through the Navajo Gallup pipeline, not only to come over to Window Rock area, but to potentially do some tie-ins to the Ganado and even further to the west. There's potential and vision for water system that could be coming out of the San Juan River, that infrastructure that takes water up towards Utah, but also can connect all the way down to that kind of circle region of many farms, Chinle region and area as well. There's a possible project for using water up in Utah that would bring water into some kind of aquifer storage that can be then used in the future as well, but a potential tie-in down to Kayenta. Why is this important? It conveys the need to get additional tie-in systems, backup systems, additional sources of surface water, because our underground groundwater in the future, in our population growth, will not be sufficient. And so it's important to try to secure water rights to the upper Colorado River, the lower Colorado River, and certainly for the little Colorado River. Next slide.
This might not be the slide, but it should say question. I don't know what happened.
Okay. Okay. So we're going to be doing questions at this time, and we greatly appreciate your participation. Before I forget, because I don't want to forget, one of the chapters we presented at was at Torreon several weeks ago, and one of the chapter officials asked the question, so what could we do as a chapter to potentially support a water settlement? And they're certainly in consideration for their water settlement in New Mexico. And so I told them that many people have connections certainly to their own potential council delegate, because any of the settlements are going to have to go before council for consideration. The authorization will not have to come from just Navajo, it would have to come from Hopi. It would have to come from, the city of Flagstaff. They have to take it to their city officials for approval. And all the other parties have to get approval as well that they're agreeing to a settlement. So if you have connections, certainly at the state level and other parties, certainly you can voice your support for that. It also has to be introduced potentially to Congress, and quickly. And so many of you may have ties to congressional representatives that could be helpful in assisting their support for a water settlement as well. And there's certainly opportunity for chapters to do chapter resolutions, agency council meetings. The last that I wanted to say is the Navajo Nation is amazing. You look at our 1868 treaty, and it's only a small part of the current Navajo Nation. If you look at the dates of the expansion of the Navajo Nation, it expands 15 different times. Well, it's even more than that, because Nat Utsil is now a part of the reservation. So is Twin Arrows, so is Turquoise Ranch, so is the property for the Navajo Transportation Department in New Mexico. That's 19 different times the Navajo Reservation has expanded. It's amazing. It truly is. It can't be except for one thing I consider prayers. And so we would appreciate your prayers on behalf of the nation to try to secure water rights for the nation as well. Potentially 2 settlements in New Mexico and settlements for all 3 basins in Arizona. With that, I'm going to give the mic back to, I'll give it to April, and then certainly we'll answer any kind of questions you have.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, right here. Please state your name.
Yat do hia che do haliana wanshia. And I'm from Big Mountain. My name's Louise Benali. Equat toba asahale no. Eben yania ako dinal sauce and lini. Di hinat ani ban sauce do lis it atene keho. Toba hanne do tobe has ani ebekha. The laws of the land, the natural law, the spiritual law. That's what we need to be standing on as a servant in that nation. Not be told and pushed around like we always have been. It's been too long. Climate change, is there a solution for it? I don't think so. Adaptation, is there a solution or a program developed for? No. Then. Only belagana konata ne no ein tatskinso benda anish. But we need to stand on our sovereign rights, which is Mother Earth, and the natural laws of this land, the spiritual laws. Even the Supreme Court needs to know that. They need to hear it. Joelynn ohade shin pojengia ha ishin the chindo the has apik ejo gralo o kotish jin de edo chkohon holni she edo hohin shnita chisazindo khala shbe has ani nihinahaga nihitsodezen betatit zefko nihimasa toye hadet Tobe watji be yel endal but yadat be yin da hollo hashit au do ba ahunitda the paisi nahaki benina edishin the nihitwal jishi do kwant nihitwal jista shamande shazanin de ye yadastki yinina Washington, big agent na hona, and the quay the shin lade. Adwick a hat zada. Sagi na haskay. A copet, but so the zen, bent is a honas nel. A con hitik at hanit ani, a bahya nihito need. At the yin kitchen ta holne. Hashig nanha andatlo. O ta nei do ta halia dan kite no a kondet o ta generation ho khala ahti hojon je to ta awosta ahti ta tal ahti na khaital jo yisi big ehoyi ta to ye ako aje and dai ani ko kwashe eti that the Lahi North Loop family farm, so Liana Goja because the question hada aja baka naswo nkitwo ljiz ado khado shint at andle shagan the etestle akon the toy by san nahta khala kon hima twizan nille ahti bigel nashi ahti bit yasti akoy ha in ye Khade shin yigrasi kunne no big eho a jit do lis yet onsen e shin banachni do lis do be shanna no slido nihi nat ani da no senigi nihi ta holniki a ko an hizat to be how khibjin don he do zinta ha nene jo adigi kha Ako ba ako nosen shi to yobel gana kashi yashtkita zao da hatzi ako this settlement nenegi Jo ajit ot tsitik ot yan yashki. Adon nana kojit ahuint inja hatneniki. Adon nete kon da go mala nihil yasa. Jo aikis ani ne lo ekeho. Le tohatas le do ada nahotet zo. Apot nike etko. Le wai omi det des leni jo etko bakait in le guyaj in le koche Pacific Ocean be nan le is zan at koche nan leni Rio Grande le Albuquerque just in leni is zan at di kun leni do zan at jo tau bada hanne ako ya bahastki Ado Delizen, Ado Hajo, Ado Onhidit Aha. Okay, I want to ask one, maybe two questions to the Navajo Nation water attorneys. Have you asked the mining companies, like Peabody Energy, like the uranium companies, all the waters that they have contaminated, when are they going to fix that? And thinking about climate change, adapting to what's changing now in the climate, we need to be talking about making more deep wells before they shut those off in 3 years from us to develop. We need to be conserving these waters by doing water catchment, and then we need to be planting along these rivers and getting our youth to maybe get a bucket of water and water each plant, each fruit trees. That's the kind of idea we need to be on. And if these guys say, show us, make them come up here and walk in the sand to see what's growing there. That's what you got to do.
Dwight or Mac or maybe Dr. Tulley-Cordova, do you have an answer for the young lady?
Truly appreciate certainly your comment about the importance of water and how sacred it is, how important it is. Certainly, you know, it's an element of life, and certainly appreciate how much snow we just recently received. You know, the snow provides for recharge of the alluvial water tables, the aquifers, lakes, streams, ponds, and rivers, certainly for vegetation, for wildlife, for livestock, for coming spring crops and gardens, as it is certainly an element of life. The question about our unit asking the mining companies about some of the reclamation projects that's occurring, that is probably not a question particular to our department, but certainly to our Navajo EPA department, and also our Navajo Department of Water Resources. I know that Mr. Kirk is certainly familiar with a lot of the impoundments, and some of those impoundments have to deal with some of the sediment collection, which can be very contaminating to water as well. I didn't know if Crystal wanted to respond, but I did want to, in terms of the climate change, we certainly agree of the importance to protect our water. Some of that is creating systems that walk our water across the nation, across the lands, across our washes, so that it has the opportunity to really recharge those alluvial water tables, the aquifers. Certainly, you know, there's, like you said, capping wells up there at Peabody, which provide access to good source water, and potentially even doing deeper to make use of good quality water. In the slide that Mac had on the phase 2, you know, we can provide evidence up to, I think it was 2025, for any additional farming, planting that occurs for all of our chapters, certainly in the Little Colorado River. So any of those chapters that are doing not only revised community land use plans, but watershed plans, and those certainly can be used to help the nation in our adjudication in the Little Colorado River adjudication, particularly for that irrigation in Phase 2. Turn the time over to Crystal.
Yad shik edo shidene she Crystal Tulley-Cordova yanishya twitch eatni nishle katneza ni bashashin hashkan hadzoha edashache two higlini edashanale besto klegendej gijdant nasha Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources banashnish Principal Hydrologist nishle shache John Help Williant East Canyon de Abo de Biaho Definitely wanted to answer your question, Ms. Benali, about and agree with you about the uses that we have as the Net people and that we've been practicing, not only our generations, but the generations before us, and being able to use the impoundments that have existed for livestock. Those are a part of the quantifications that are included in not only the litigation efforts to be able to prove that evidence, but also in settlement discussions and our uses of livestock wells, our uses of the river. We have many maps that have been compiled over time, being able to show the places that we have conducted farming practices. And responding to your question about climate change and adaptation, it's true, as many of you may see in some of the news about Lake Powell and Lake Mead, and thank you for describing where the water comes from, all the way from Wyoming, all the way down to the Salton Sea and going down towards Mexico. It's important to understand that, in our area, especially the southwestern U.S., has experiencing drought, and that water availability, one of the first slides that was shared was the upper basin divvies up the water with fractions. A fraction of the water that is given goes to Wyoming, goes to Utah, goes to Colorado, goes to New Mexico, and then there's an earmark for the Arizona portion to be 50,000 acre feet, but in the lower Colorado River Basin, the amounts are fixed, and as described in the map that was shared earlier. And so when we think about the challenges, we know that this year we're getting some snow, but it's not as much as last year when we got snow in the winter. And so the water that is coming with the drought conditions that we've had across the region, there's less water available, but the paper water rights may describe it differently. And so as Mr. Witherspoon and Mr. Stant have described, now's the time to be able to try to assert these claims. And as you've heard in the presentation, litigation is not favorable. And from the numbers that were described, Hopi in the determination by the special master was only recommended like a third of their claim. And for Navajo Nation, we barely completed phase 1. As you saw, the schedule that exists for completely finishing phase 1 is there, and then we move into phase 2. But with settlement, we really try our best to be able to describe our past water uses, our present water uses, and our future water uses, in order for us to be able to make those claims for those future generations, those that are yet to be born, and being able to assert those claims even for those who do not have a voice. We have wildlife out there that we rely upon as the Net people. We also have, the livestock that people have, as well as the agriculture that people grow, and, the medicinal plants that exist out there. Those are definitely a part of what we describe to be able to try to protect, so that we can be able to continue our lifestyle within the 4 sacred mountains of the Navajo Nation, so that we can continue to live for generations into the future.
Thank you, Dr. Tulley-Cordova. There was a question way back here, and then I see you, sir. I'll come right to you.
Good afternoon, Yat Ashe Shirley Peaches in Chia, Tsinnajinnie Shloshin, Bashin, Nakaidane, the Shichedo, Lizalana, the Chinle, a Kotae, San and Shle. So, first of all, thank you for coming. This is a totally different atmosphere than a few years ago when the LCR settlement was being discussed. We have Navajo representation, and I really appreciate that. And the fact that the meetings are less adversarial, we are recognized as the people that are being represented. Our voices are the ones that are being considered important here, whereas a few years back, we were the adversaries. Anytime we spoke, it was like, you need to go sit in the corner type of thing. So anyhow, I really like the fact that you guys changed your strategy because education is important. But I still want to stay vigilant because in the 2012 settlement, there were other things that were attached to the settlement. And when you talk about the future settlement, I would request that you also be open with what is also attached to that future settlement. In the LCR settlement, what was attached was the fact that NGS was going to still go on for another 75 years, and at that time, NGS was getting free water. The other thing that was attached, and I know that Percy probably has more to add to that, was that the upper settlers or the upper users, which is on the other side of the river, which is non-reservation land, were the first priority. So when we read the settlement, we need to figure out where we're putting the Navajo priority. Because when the water is used up or when we're in a drought situation, that's what they go by. You got to be able to, if you're the last in line, you're going to be the one to be, your water's going to be shut off type of thing. So I say that we stay vigilant because we want to know what will be in the future settlement. And then the other thing is that I originally am from Tall Mountain, Paiute Mesa area. And that's an area where we still melt the snow to be able to wash clothes, to wash dishes. And we are not in any of the water projects. The Utah water settlement was settled. However, it was only 87 acre feet of water, I think it was. And that area, Navajo Mountain, has a whole 100 acre feet, or a large portion of that is along that river, the San Juan River. And so when we talk about where the water is going to come from for the Paiute Mesa Tall Mountain area, it's not identified where that's going to come from. So that's one of my asks, is that I'd like to know where my water is going to come from in Paiute Mesa area. One last question with the LCR. One of the questions that we asked back in 2012 was that, does the LCR also include Blue Springs? Because Blue Springs is a very sacred area at the end of the Colorado River where the confluence is, and that's where occasionally there's a geyser, and it's the water that comes from the alluvial flow. So that's another question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Ms. Peaches. And thank you for being here. Who would like to answer that? Dwight? Here we go.
The settlement details were still in negotiation, so unfortunately we're not able to share, but as we reach a settlement, then we absolutely want to provide all the information, certainly as the legislation is dropped for the council's consideration. In terms of, we saw that kind of regional Navajo Tribal Utility Authority map of kind of their current system. And certainly much of it is very heavily, if not totally, currently dependent upon groundwater and certainly certain aquifers that provide for their system. And in many communities, the groundwater is not sufficient or it's contaminated. In looking at kind of projects, what's needed is to potentially get some of those additional surface water sources to reach as much as we can across the reservation. However, there are certainly regions where you still have to rely upon existing groundwater. There's a lot of projects, certainly some of the federal IHS projects for getting waters to residences, but some of those regions are so remote, or somebody lives so remote, that even piping water to one particular home is over a mile long. And so bacteria buildup in over a mile becomes kind of detrimental to providing that far away piping. But if you got relatives to move in between and had more homes, then potentially that kind of would work. So in some cases, there won't be, every single chapter is going to be able to get, groundwater projects, but there's certainly going to be a significant benefit from surface water being imported into the region that can back up certainly a lot of the NTUA's systems to many and tie in so that it could potentially come not only from one source from the west, but maybe a system from the east as well. And those can be very beneficial. In terms of Blue Springs is located certainly right next to near the confluence. And so before it gets into the main stem, certainly it's considered state water rights or potentially a part of the Little Colorado River. You would have to somehow control or pipe that water to make use of it. However, many traditional people, as well as Hopi, you have the Salt Trail, and many people say you shouldn't disturb that area. And so it would be really difficult to develop and make use of the water there at Blue Springs for traditional reasons. And then the location, you'd have to pipe it up to the top of the mesa, which is going to be expensive. So it's really difficult to potentially make use of the water there at Blue Springs. I want to give time to our hydrologist, Dr. Cordova.
Thank you, Ms. Peaches, for your question. To respond to your question about Navajo, Utah has occurred. The amount of water that was allocated in that settlement is 81,500 acre-feet of water from the San Juan River for the opportunity to divert that amount. And one of the things to note compared to this area is that's perennial water, and the same for the New Mexico San Juan region where the Navajo Gallup water supply is being built those are perennial waters. And so I wanted to give you a follow-up. So yes, that was signed into settlement and was signed by the President of the United States so that we can be able to secure that amount of water, but also have $210 million as a fund-based settlement for the benefit of the Navajo Utah communities. All of that money can only be used in Utah. It can't go over to Arizona, it can't go over to New Mexico or Colorado. And so where we're at with that settlement is we're in the adjudication process. So there's still that court decree that needs to be able to occur and be able to be completed. But the other thing that it's a part of the Navajo-Utah water rights settlement is for the hydrographic survey to be complete, meaning a consultant hired by the U.S. Department of Justice goes out to every water source, so wells, stock ponds, I mean, any water source that we've described in that settlement claim, they have to be able to go to each site to be able to provide all of those details in a hydrographic survey report. So those two things are still ongoing, and the money is sitting in a bank. Navajo Nation has not received that money yet, but we are preparing to be able to have an idea about what projects are needed. So in order to be able to secure that $210 million that was a part of that water rights settlement, was being able to describe in a 2014 white paper the projects that were needed at that time. So obviously that was, now 10 years ago, and we've had opportunities like American Rescue Plan Act funding. Chapters had the opportunity to describe projects that they needed across the nation, not just in the Navajo-Utah region. And then Indian Health Service also received $3.5 billion for the benefit of the IHS sanitation deficiency projects. And that's not only for Navajo Nation, but that's for tribes across the lower 48 and also Alaska Native villages. And so what we're trying to do at the Department of Water Resources is be able to do an assessment for the Navajo-Utah region to be able to see what has been covered under ARPA, what has been covered under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and what remains to be a need that is unfunded for development needs. And so with the settlement funding that we have, there's no deadline to use that money by. Many chapters already know with ARPA, there's a deadline. You have to be able to encumber funds by this deadline. And so we are using the strategy to be able to use the ARPA and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act funding to be able to use that money first, because that money is an opportunity to be able to develop water for various needs. So I wanted to provide an update on that. We're currently doing an assessment across the region of Navajo-Utah region, and so we're working regionally across the Navajo-Utah region. So we were focused on the side that was on the western side and then moving to the eastern side to be able to have a better understanding of what those projects are. And meeting with IHS and NTUA as well as DWR to be able to have an understanding. So we're not earmarking money for the same projects. And so that's a process that's being done. I also wanted to highlight, you talked about the confluence, and in September 2022, I had the opportunity to be able to go to the confluence that is downstream of Blue Spring. Myself, Dr. Carletta Chief, and Dr. Cherie DeVore from Crown Point made corn pollen offerings at that confluence. And the type of feeling that you felt there was a feeling of, this is not just my generation doing this, but generations before me. This is a practice that has been done before me. And it's just one of those things when you have a special spiritual moment like that, to be able to continue to do the work that we do. If you don't know Dr. Chief from Black Mesa, she does a lot of water work. She works on a lot of climate change projects at the University of Arizona, and she was also a special witness in the court case as well. Dr. Cherie DeVore did her postdoc at Stanford. She comes from Crown Point. The issues in her community are regarding water as well, water quality associated with legacy mining in Crown Point area. And so for all of us having the opportunity to be able to not only do that special spiritual offering at the confluence, but also being able to see the salt area. And many of you saw that I have a little 2-month-old that will be 2 months old soon. And I have salt from those areas. And I'm looking forward to the day that she laughs for her first laugh so that we can give that out to the family that we have. But just to be able to describe to you that, yes, we're here. Yes, we receive our degrees, but we come from the Navajo Nation, And all that we do is in the best interest of our people.
Thank you, Dr. Tulley-Cordova. Lots of hands here, but before I get to you, sir, in the back, I do want to give a little bit of time here to Mr. Earl Tulley, Commissioner Tulley.
Yate Lahi as twina has Tranikin Leo Yati as Tinad Lisha. Ebe Ellis see it at the Aquadonaga. Sash kan or yell better honossen. ADK Ado Chiniya Ado Chipeke a cohoshe Yakundiki Hanso Shashet si Ipa. A cohodina Alchene that Dohade de Gata Lade Anahui Ahi Batato Na il Deho De den Alchene Yadaltia. Ako kodogi tojigi kodotla ye khadzi daho ako belbeda hazan ako diki yakude nhidan dolta nhiraja na olta dolletra neneki kade yakude ki ba hoji slen leko ako hodiki kweke ba nahat ineki nlekwel te ko na ya hot den Chaba nahast ido oder Chana hodot al. Chana hot angedot nit kade honet etron gedot let chidot inten gedot. Die kwek iki shashido ne bekeyalt nach mas. Ada ze schon dat hat dort al. Diki ja hand so shi anahui ahi la betzaltje. Die depenat kodoban da dort in. Adon that the apen nachagoki ya quaki dot aniki ben nachadorle. Dot tatako on henasco. Lede and henathing genat yandad kiddo. Ya hardly ego, ehut ego, on gilchin yana hat need orle. Ako di kudoki ya ehut you adjudicate, you spectate, or you participate. Very simple. It's better to participate. Diki benachiko. Diki yahut ego ya kweke ya bandate and lido. Diki ya hanel ya shlatin do ya gon kenachi. How many of you are 50 years or old, younger? 50 years or younger, yeah. This is how long this process is going to be, yeah. It's going to be 2027. I was just barely graduating from high school. And that's how long this process has been. Ako diki as kado na hodot ata niniki ate pahuin ti kweki ki tsedor nil. Adon the bekel na nana ki to honana te. Ako diki ya di kweki ki ya betse shlejiki. Kweki ki do hit eko dalkat nit ako in le pelakana do le heshita. Diki ya adla ako betchon do kilcho with ela na hadlen. Diki te na o you. Ebeni na keda dot le Chinle no en leko. And if we utilize this particular water for our specific needs, we will be able to be beneficiaries of that. And if we do not participate in what my mother had said, Louise, in gardening, and I just went out there to the Leupp North Farm. I went out there. I'd legi tropi dan lenigi hodlo ya. Ado be na yeshiki hodlo. I didn't see a bucket over there. I did not see a bucket over there. I seen a drip line system. I seen pipes over there, yeah. But those are the different ways that we can begin to utilize the water. If we just irrigate, Water Rights Commission yan kid large day kahagid la da hut ego na ho khashek ashikina hotini in linja aja khahot zoki adk a quacky ke yapa jan lido ba na lido shido ni adk penachiko ado and ta ya kodoki ya ngit ne kago yan kitahuid ne o hut ego yan khabik et do tint sin lenegi din khatchene that these are our roots. These are our children. And the fourth generation from that Tsinnajinnie is that little baby that's here, 2 weeks old. That's the fourth generation from Tsinnajinnie. To Asahashkan. Eidikita Teya. Kadenha Nalte. Akoho. We have Navajo representation, Navajo voice, Navajo roots. That is speaking for us today. And that is the acknowledgement that I would like to share with you.
Yeah, Commissioner. And now, let's see, gentleman back here. Okay, the beanie hat. All right, here we go, sir. Beanie.
Ja, det är tidigt kodona så. Aslan hade dish kitab ska. Di behaz ani yokedi Navajo Nation. Beliago ha ish khashta yendodnish Kadiana kabehaz ani ta khont nasa ye that the car yosindo that over here that is the other tuta yokido to bayat is to has other to ba hot it oh you hot I a chan hata ko out an has say the Kindle engine just only say it or the go asked cutting over astro na nishido set trato set on do si trato si tro trai data ako do hot is hot no is gonna I ta ya ila le ta shi yan sete ke chen ke do ena nishi do tako yi grass ako ko do ne to bahas ada hot is sepet nico to just this I hashi the good the anish kinda in the tenni da atis Washington the tebkata si in bahata said the koti Navajo Nation todla anno yokido behaz ani belak Yago Haishie Itolis Beso OU Batten Beso OU Nich Aiden Agent Ko you touch a yabato the harbinat so long physical Ko a Beso Nico Ada the pin ya Ado da the con aware hat Nico Bahan East Cup Wagon Sekis Codona Shop Change Kina Hash on a coho Homasanish Ban set a kiss bet ho a deno Sat logo is the trash other but he not al taco Ban set a kiss that Ba Halit a tro Badol yes Oh hashta oh hot out has ago haran has ago quaado hot ego quaado hot but artist ago has akote but there has ani holak el yago bench do nestut kuto bohatis ako ado wet ale but no do dasnigo do hot ego has bahas and the bitches jisho do touch has no now so the dust his has ani Hot should the nebe be hot abet na astini con beso son hilak elia or pamani Ish ajo saba etzo. Edo on lejo kojo agental nishi beyond has ani ob that no head hanan so piece of bata zo koton lady that your part on na ato but all cut. Census but all cut piece of ben han na chico. The Hershey Panta has Hanish days in Edo that only the East that the constitutional and need our only the one never no. Not so that is not national shot out on either. Washington, the change the dish not the cargo. Go a dish height our base or it all shake could just have a chain told New Yen that told Nish. Edo that only job Tanado ne. Di qua be has any jockey di jo ba just taco. Scopetet e ba just ta. Jashi lady is also ante. Ishban says dog cos Edo Okojo. Di better did Nifty better than his net idole in his last was not been his net idole had ni shit. Edo do that job that yo ne a get do nisana opposite all that. Ko you tati chenta with do babi gata. Oh, you peso bahadne had me go co peso. Quiche peso de Nicky Washington de peso tinadet ajet tanati jan hidjet that it needs. Quasan hunted it or no. The last top base of Joel in a Bogan. Judipe has any. See Ada, the luck a yashanan. I thought, but has no other to go out of a yard. Ebina Joe, the John that of us. A project that of na Hydrologist that of ne. Oh, Jonah that not is a simply deep and yet a no kid condition to nail, Jenahot, Tobe that and the better than that of no. Ask the one that was. I do oh, you are Honana Ese. The Queen of Hego, Quishnil, it or that of ne. There's in the dark kiss, the Bogan Tendo Yanta Daida. Each base of yet and the ni. So a deep bears any by Yashki. Hashed up and that the dogs shot not a distance shot not up. Bears any in Hillock in Natalie. Copeta Jesus, it obey that drop, but that hard now it at the ni. It or over China dash, a capture horses, a one steed, or Chanta, niece. And he chattered to the luck is the last door, facing Hatas Tahi in Hahalia. Hey, should not hear that and quite set at the dinner. It was so big as I don't know how to talk. I don't kid not go. That of need. It or what is a job there has any law. The in la. Yaship Gana Yaskin in Natchos, eat of Dibiceta, not John da Hinoka. Ado bear hotash and a no. Hard she, but a hold on Nico. Chiche a debe had this, the debe has any. But like a yabos, Hitashi Dodnish. Chaita and Lady Hahoyadi had Nico. Na beho hahoyadi han hodlo hashtag grass. These changes hate ahaditza. Hate hardos alay hat it naila. Joho will gonna treat it so. Dilla. Deeper has any a hot a coe yego bata hanosen. I down home no oh. Dort eden halen detto. Mihibe yata hinat ani da no se. Where the child Chitayin Tsinnajinnie. Time. Hana is nothing ski. Shibitin so Hanash Nisho. Kodoya del Tio Olia. Dita Hanadi, Diba, Hanadi, Dinadi, turning. He time. None hit all census. Census none hit all based on it. What are based on it? Navajo Nation yield what census. I don't need to say Oyanaga. For D has any jokedo. I thought it's so. They don't finish, don't know what you kid at any. A he kago that has ago to a yadi this a call Jehi near Nakanda Washington de teach Kiji a deal sort a kid. Teach Kiji do yet to us either law who wants homestead law. Argy yet to us either less no, but not as lean. Argy Tobana Nicodag echo in Hito has our rights that no, I don't be might get sick.
We need to wrap up, sir.
I know.
We have to be out of here at 5 p.m.
Don't argue, please. No, this is not argument. It's just no. I'm talking about cap. They allow us to use the water. There's our right there. They put our name, and Congress gave us that right to use that water. And the Hopi can use the water any way they want without limitation, because they're a small tribe. Yeah.
Thank you. And I do appreciate everyone's questions. We did get word that the chapter staff do go home at 5 p.m., so we have to wrap this up in about 2 minutes. So I apologize for that. I can't, I have no control over the chapter. So, sir, if you can just quickly ask your question. Thank you.
Comment and question. So, Yade Shea Banali Dashajine. Can you ani dene na shlo o zait hachini bashishkin honagani dene dashache alatkoba dene dashanele. So this whole process, you keep saying that litigation is adversarial and settlement isn't. As long as you're a native person in the United States, you're going to have an adversarial relationship with the United States, no matter what. So to say that litigation or settlement isn't adversarial is a false answer that you're providing. And then when Tsinnajinnie, Louise Benali was talking about the spiritual, the natural laws of the land, I saw a few of us smirking and laughing at that. Our ancestors believed in that spiritual law, that natural laws of the land that gives us the right today to smirk at her response when she said that. And this has created an adversarial environment among our people, even between us and ourselves as Dene, even especially between Dene folks, and with our Hopi relatives. Our relationship with the tribes that surround us that are within our kinship systems, those relationships predate the state of Arizona, they predate Phelps Dodge, and they predate the so-called United States of America. So we must continue to build on those kinship ties. And all I've been hearing is like talking of the water in economic terms. And that breaks my heart every time I hear that. I don't care if the United States Supreme Court understands that. I don't care if the attorneys for all the litigants that are opposing the Navajo Nation and Hopi tribes don't care to understand our relationships with the land and the water. It's important for us to continue to hold on to those original concepts and the covenants that we have with the water and the land, because they will outlast the United States. So yes, we're in a drought. Yes, I understand the realities of that. We need some type of solution to provide water to us. I understand that. We all understand that. This has been a very paternalistic presentation towards us. We're not clients. We are. We have kinship with each other that predates the concept of the U.S. legal system. So yes, I am so grateful that Dr. Tulley-Cordova is here to advocate on our behalf, and that we give offerings, that we remember why we're still here today, because of natural laws that predate settlements, that predate the treaty, that predate the so-called United States. And that is our foundation. That will always be our strength. It will always be our strength. Yes, we're in this current predicament where we have to settle, where we have to find some type of solution in this drought that was not caused by us, right? It was not caused by native people. The city of Phoenix shouldn't exist. Las Vegas shouldn't exist. Those are abominations, those are monsters that shouldn't exist in the Southwest, within this continent. Yet we're told the ones that we have to lose every single time. We're told that we're the ones that have to come up with creative solutions to preserve water. So, why are we having this talk? Why I think it's good, because it's necessary to have this friction, even among us Diné, right? We can't have a blunt edge anymore. You need friction to sharpen our blades. We need friction to sharpen our minds. And I hope that some of the comments that you hear from today help develop that friction to sharpen our strategies even further. And to realize that we can't always just view water in purely economic terms. We cannot. We're going to lose. We're going to lose not only in settlements, but our identity as Diné, if we only view water as a source of economy. So my question to all three of you here, to all the commissioners here, is where do you see the Navajo Nation 100 years from now? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Those comments, that question. Very, very good. Who wants to start over here? Oh, and can we go longer than 5 p.m.? And we'll help you too.
Did you guys want to start or no? Are you good?
I can add if you want to start.
You want me to start? Okay. So, answering the question about why do we have these laws and being able, why are we trying to seek the water right and claim it as described either through litigation or settlement, and being able to have an understanding of the water that's passing by us, but at the same time here in the Leupp community, there's challenge associated with, a lot of our relatives not having running water and a lot of people having to go off the reservation. I did see the sign there that said the watering point was closed, the one that was down here. And so with the projects that our department does is thinking about how to be able to do these projects. I mean, we don't just sit on our hands and try to participate in these conversations that are being described. Like, the other part of my job is to also do project development for water projects and talking to engineers about how to get water into these areas, as described, the way IHS used to describe the system of being able to bring households within Leupp, whether you're over here by Ground Falls or whether you're in East Canyon, Diablo, it's really rocky. And so before, IHS used to say, well, we can't do it because the cost per household is a lot. And they used to have this threshold of anything greater than $50,000 per home was very expensive to be able to do. But under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, they got rid of that criteria to be able to fund projects, to be able to do. And so with that being said, there's opportunity for the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act funding to be able to fund projects that weren't previously been able to be funded because of those strict funding guidelines. But within our Department of Water Resources, what we continue to do is, try to build off of the opportunity to diversify our water source. So right now, in a lot of the communities on Navajo, we've relied historically on groundwater. Before we had the settlement in New Mexico, before we had the settlement in Utah, we relied only on groundwater. And the opportunity through the water right allows us to be able to diversify our water source by adding another source, meaning surface water, being able to use the San Juan River, being able to use right now, we only have a permit from the state of Arizona and to benefit the community of Tsinnajinnie. So, I mean, we have these opportunities that exist there, but we have to be able to get either permits or opportunities to be able to access that water. And the reason why we want to access it is to diversify our water source. But why do we participate in settlements? To be able to try to participate in these water sources. As an example, with Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project, I don't know how many of you have gone to Northern Navajo Fair many times throughout the past several years, but you saw the construction along 491. That's the water project that is bringing water to the people in along 491, that highway that goes from Shiprock all the way to Gallup. On Eastern Navajo, there's the cutter lateral system. So if you've ever driven on 550 from Farmington to Albuquerque, that's the cutter lateral. And so because of the water rights we settled in New Mexico, we can use the cutter reservoir to gain access to that water. I don't know how many of you have gone to Nappy. You see all those products growing. Maybe you got potatoes from there, or maybe you got hay from there. We're able to have the opportunity to grow at Nappy because we use water from the Navajo reservoir. And within the San Juan system, we have storage rights in the Navajo reservoir, and we also have inflow stream rights. I don't know how many of you like the melons out from Shiprock. They're the most delicious melons out there if you've never tried them. But those are grown through water rights that we've settled for the Hogback and Fruitland Canal. So I wanted to be able to describe that. And being able to just answer Mr. Benally's question about where do we see ourselves within 100 years. With the planning that we do, as a water manager, I don't do like the city of Albuquerque or the city of Phoenix. They only look out 40 years. The state of New Mexico came out with their 50-year water plan. They only look into 40 years. When I make these calculations for future water for our people, I go out 100 years, 110 years, and of course I get pushback from all the non-Indians about being able to do that. But what I describe to them is, as Diné people, as indigenous people, we don't just look out to just 50 years or 40 years. We look well beyond that.
And I heard the same question and it was to summarize, where does Water Rights Unit, the Water Rights Commission, the Department of Water Resources see the Navajo Nation in 100 years? Because that's what's been happening with this. So it's hard to say exactly, so I'm going to answer it from my personal perspective. To be Navajo is to be something that's very important to me. But I know that for being Navajo, it's very diverse, and it'll probably become more diverse. I'm fortunate enough to be a member, and unfortunately, unless something changes, very soon, my line of those who are able to be members of this nation won't be able to be. But the concept is there will be Navajo, there will be Diné in the future. And so the concept is to have them have the opportunities to preserve, to represent themselves as they want. In this meeting, we've heard comments that are very specific, that are very cultural, that are about the past, and that it's important to the present, and it will be important to the future as well. So those opportunities need to continue to have opportunities, and to have an opportunity for those who want to be here, who want to connect themselves in a variety of capacities. My hope is not only does the population grow, but that the population who speaks Navajo will also grow. And that I hope there isn't some, that sort of thing. And it is very, very complex here. And I don't want to speak too much longer because I know there's a lot of people who have questions. We've been fortunate enough to have extra time, so all of these are very beneficial. So I hope that was some sort of an answer, but I'll let Mr. Witherspoon have the microphone as well and then continue on.
I think Diné people are very adaptable, and it really depends upon each of our communities to create, their own vision and decisions about what Navajo will be in 100 years. But I think it's important for us to really discuss it and plan it and move towards that vision. I want to get to more questions, but I think it's important. And one of the suggestions that I had when I participated in a discussion about land last year in Albuquerque is the need for suggestion to the Office of the President for the Council to organize kind of events to discuss that very question. What do we want Diné to look like in 100 years? Because I think we need to discuss it and the areas that come out and begin to plan for 25 years, for 50 years, for 10 years, from 5 years, to move towards that vision deliberately. Thank you.
I know we have lots and lots of hands. I see you, Mr. Deal. I'm going to come to you in just a minute, okay? Here we go.
Good afternoon. I just have a comment to make. Right now, we're in a drought situation, and that El Paso always is closed or locked or whatever. There's no place for us to get water. And we're elderly. We're not able to haul water barrels and whatnot. And I ask every week, I call and ask if that place is open so we can get our water. We need water for our livestock. We get about 2,000 gallons every week, and it's always closed. And I appreciate that you're going to do something about it. It's been like that for months and months. And like I said, we're elderly and we can't do much of anything. So thank you.
Thank you. You had your hand up for a while. Hold on, sir. And I'm coming to you, Percy.
Ja, det er ikke Diné. She Rosie and she tohad leten nasha. As the Kabahansle, nash Tsinnajinnie basishin. My question is, the more people, more water concept that you mentioned there. I'm thinking, I want to make a comment about that. And it seems like across the board, all the departments of the Navajo Nation need to work together. When we talk about infrastructure, water, infrastructure, but I think of the workers when we talk about infrastructure on the Navajo reservation. We're lacking workers. Peso o hayuj no na nishi bito hoye hadela na nishigi nish no bahind. And there's a lot of money that we're talking about that's out there now, but so we're lacking that worker infrastructure. And we talk about our kids going away. They find a job way out there, and the salaries are very competitive out there. So they're making it more attractive for our young people over there, even though maybe they trained out here or learned something. with one of those career readiness programs through the community colleges. I just got appointed to the Navajo North and Pioneer College. That's why I mentioned the job readiness programs that they have. And why do we initiate those kind of things in the community so we can have workers ready to do some jobs and offer good, attractive salaries for them to keep our kids here to work. Where's all the money going? So anyway, about this. I know when Hopis talked, because I'm married to one, been married to one for 57 years, 58 years. Anyway, when they talk, they talked about their connectedness to the land, the spiritual connectedness to the land. That's what Patagana, that even the leaders like to hear. So we have to keep that intact all the time in our representations for these, what we're fighting for.
Thank you very much. Beautiful earrings, by the way. I'm not sure if there was a question in there, but I'm going to go to this lady right here and then Mr. Deal. We'll go down this. I'm sorry? Well, these folks had their hands up, so I'm going to let them speak. Okay. We'll get to
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yatesh a Guadalupe branch Yaneshia, Beat Batoni Nishli, Nakai Bashishchi. I actually do have questions about your presentation. My first question is, on the measurements for usage, when you showed several, up there you have Phoenix, Tucson, and then also the reservation, and you had brought up that I believe Phoenix was 236 per person for gallons per year. Why is that not being addressed straight across the board? I know because I lived off reservation for a while, and I used water, a lot of water, when I lived in town for a little bit. But I made the choice to come back home. My mother's right here with me, Ellen Branch. And because I have to haul water, my water usage has dropped significantly. And I believe that really needs to be brought up in litigation, even proven. Everyone out here, we all haul water. I can definitely assure you that if you shut off the water in Phoenix and Tucson, people won't be using 236 gallons of water a day. And I mean, we should have it straight across. You should take the person that uses the most water and use that for everybody. And I know people that live in Phoenix, they take 3 showers a day. That's not fair. And I feel like we're being punished because when you grow up out here, you're taught to preserve that water. Your animals come first. You don't waste it. And that's what we're doing. I'm sure everyone in here is doing that. Are we not preserving our water? And we're being punished because we're preserving it? I don't think that's very good. I think we should bring that up more in litigation. The second point I want to bring up is wildlife. Did you know that the ranchers out there, they get paid. They get grants from the state to haul water for the Arizona Game and Fish Department. Really think about that. The tribe doesn't. We have antelope every year. Where I live at, they drink with our sheep and our goats. We have all these wells. We even have mountain lions out here. We have bears out here. And this is all coming from urbanization. And we don't get grants from the state. We don't get paid by Game and Fish. And they're not even taking that into consideration, that we're getting all the animals off the mountains out here on the reservation. It's becoming more feral. I'm a little bit more scared to let my kids out because we do see cougars. I've had my dog dragged off. My kid was right there while I was trying to save my other ones. State don't think about that. My next question is, you guys are bringing up farms. Did you guys know that all these farms out here that are profitable are not registered with the tribe? I've talked to all of them. They're registered with the state. So guess who's counting them?
The state. Tribe doesn't even get to count that usage. State gets to try to count that. Can you guys please bring that up in our litigation? All this water that's being used off-state by Navajos, it needs to be counted. Did you know that when I file my census, I don't even write I'm Navajo on there? You know why? They discriminate against me. And the state is never going to stop doing that. I go to college, guess what? I'm discriminated against because I'm Navajo. I go to work, I'm discriminated against because I'm Navajo. I can pass for white. My mom can't. My neighbors can't. So their census will say Navajo. That's not even being considered in litigation. There's several people that aren't even full Navajo, and they're not even registered up here. Do you guys remember during COVID when they gave out that, was it $1,200? Did you not see our census numbers jump up? I think everybody was Navajo after that. And I mean, it's bad that that's incentive is what made everyone do it, but that just goes to prove I'm not the only Navajo that doesn't write on that I'm Navajo. I bet you there's lots of them in the cities that won't say that. I think that needs to be brought up in litigation as well. Also, with the Water Resource Department, we just got an argument with your officials last, 2-3 weeks ago? Jason Johns was out here, Kevin Garrett, and they were telling us that you guys had absolutely no money to help us put in wells, to fix already standing wells. We as a group here in East County Diablo, we do want to develop our water. We just want it done right. We don't want it being shipped off to a hospital. We don't want it being shipped off to Black Mesa Coal Mine. We don't want it shipped off to Hopi. We need it here for our own use, and we need our tribe's help. And we've been asking, we've gone around in circles. How can we do it? How can we put wells in and stuff? But we're always hit with that red tape. And we're never told what to do, just, oh, you don't have money. Well, maybe we'll help you, but we need this other stuff done first. It's very difficult. And I know a lot of people are coming up here and they're talking and they're stressing their issues right now, but that's because no one listens to them. You're actually our lawyers, and that's why they're telling you. So I hope you are listening. And there's a lot of us that will go up in court, myself included, that will talk to that judge and tell that judge, hey, we're doing more than you think. My grandparents, they had a farm right here by Leupp, and that's all we used to do, is farm. So I do understand that. And me coming back to the reservation, I had to accept that I'm not gonna have running water. In my future, I want my kids to grow almost the same way, because they're gonna respect it. And if a judge cannot understand that, I'm hoping that you can make a judge understand that we are making sacrifices to come back out here. Flagstaff doesn't even count that their economy is probably 50% Navajo, and probably about 30% of them drive in off the reservation to make their economy looks great. Same with Phoenix. Winslow, same thing, all these border towns, and they're trying to claim those people as theirs so they can have more water rights. I think you guys need to pay more attention to that. Even send out a survey. I can definitely tell you that more people will pay attention. And if this was a weekend, you'd probably have this whole place packed out. But I did want those points brought up. Please bring those up in litigation, because yes, that water needs to stay here. 50% of that river goes through us. Services more people on the tribe, but we just don't have the money or the means to do it. So please, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Branch. I put up here on the slide email addresses for the Water Rights Unit, the two attorneys here and the Assistant Attorney General. So if you have questions or more comments, and we'll get to all of you, I just wanted to put their email addresses up here so you have it. So Ms. Branch, you can send more comments to any one of those email addresses. We can get the printouts of the slides, yes. We don't have any right now. Absolutely. Is your email on the sign-in sheet?
Yes, I
Okay, if your email is on the sign-in sheet, please check. If your email is on the sign-in sheet, we will definitely send you a copy of this presentation. Just make sure that your email is on that sign-in sheet, okay? Here you go, Mr. Deal.
Real quickly, because where did she go? She wants to go home. In one of those slides, you showed us who you had used as a witness last summer. They're all people from like council delegate, division director, program directors, perhaps some outside expert and so forth. I didn't see anybody or any witness that you had used that came from the land. That's leden at kadik edit lagin lede klidiat idhanila. That kehat inigi. You need those people. You also need the young people, as young as her or even younger, because we're all seeing what happened to the Hopi tribe. It's very important that you try to get witnesses that are true Navajos that can really defend the water and the land and the way of life. The other thing is that the Hopi decision has been made, and they're not happy at all about that. You keep telling us over and over again in this presentation that a settlement is better than litigation. Now, the question that I have you heard from the Hopi tribe since a decision's been made for them to sit down or whatever? Because even if they were to appeal it, they're going to still be in that same box. They're not going to get out of that box, it seems like, if they appeal it. They're going to stay in there. The best way to do it, the way I understand you guys, is that get out of that box, sit down. Like the late Peterson Zah used to say, I want to sit down under a tree with the Hopi chairman. No. And he did. I think it's time that the Navajo Nation leadership begin to start thinking that there ought to be a discussion with the Hopi tribe, and don't send a white man over there. Send Navajos, like you guys, and then in addition to yourself, maybe some grassroots out here, 2 or 3 grassroots, travel over to the Hopi, meet with them, talk with them, and say that we understand that the decision that was made for you are not happy. And it appears that we're going to get the same decision. We're not going to be happy. So the best way to do it is for us to sit down and have a really good, discussion. Get more than claim. We can maybe help the Hopi tribe claim more than the 96,000 acre-feet of water that they were trying to get, and they in turn can help us claim. I don't know how much the Navajo Nation is claiming, but I'm pretty sure it's probably quite a bit larger than the 96,000. But I really believe, the two sides needs to sit down and really hammer this thing out. And I don't know if a settlement is reached between the two tribes, does it go to the special master again? If not, maybe it just goes straight to Congress and turn it into legislation over there. It seems like, to me, we need to talk people to people, because we share the same water, we share the same land, we share a lot of the same religious site. And then the other one that I wanted to mention is that it's been mentioned here and there. You need an expert that really knows the fundamental law so that the folks out there can really understand why we are saying what we are saying. You need an expert that can testify before the special masters and other people, other parties about the fundamental law. And we believe that the fundamental law predates what the state of Arizona is doing right now. And I guess that's the other question that I have is that the policy that they set up to litigate with Native tribe was, who made that? Was it the state legislator? Who made that? It seems like, you know, the effort could be made to try to change that to where it's much more flexible. Is it the state legislator? If that's what it was, we have a state legislator that are from the Navajo reservation that can try to change those policies. So I just wanted to lay this thing out and think about it, and I really do appreciate you coming out here. We'll see you on Monday in Pinyon. Klin ada wikje Pinyon da ada adi aba atla atle ko ada dan khana da hidokha ada anda ashod kon tabe hada isi ni tsada zamba enohle ni tada demba enohle di ge tsada yego chinos on ya ada anda sashe ya digin bezat no so khata da ja Edo bata ino so ya dit out de yakoto benich hasit or let aro ka don ta digin kita hallo da no tso.
Yeah, Mr. Dio. And I love that you're going to join us in Pinyon. I love that you came here. I want to give a shout out to Miss Fern Benali. This is her third meeting. She's on this tour with us. I love it. I will see you in Rough Rock or Pinyon on Monday.
Because Bird Springs and Lani Lake are two of my communities under the Navajo County Board of Supervisor District 1. So I really appreciate the community, those ones that have come out from the local area and even Winslow. Thank you.
Thank you, Fern. Appreciate that. And we do. We appreciate everyone coming out. This is the biggest turnout we've had yet at our meetings. So appreciate every single one of you. Again, there is a sign-in sheet in the back. Please sign in. Sir?
Hello, my name's Lester. Tsinnajinnie Shashanan, and I'm from East Canyon, Diablo, out south of here. And I recognize a lot of faces here, and I think a lot of us have a lot of concerns. For years, people have been trying to pump water out from our area. I didn't know, this is a small world, I guess the young lady there, Cordova, I didn't realize she was real close to where I'm from. Because that windmill that people are trying to siphon water from, that's where I basically grew up in that area. So I know who her roots are. I don't know them, but I knew who her roots are. But there's a couple questions I have. Since we have the attorney and all the people up here, there's a well that was drilled by Peabody years ago. I'm pretty sure you guys are well aware of it. Well, since then, that water has been capped. And then just recently, our leader from the chapter and other IHS and all these other entities that are really that would like to make money off that water, they want to siphon it. Now my question would be to the ladies, I think she says she's water department. Who owns that water well? Who owns that water that's been drilled for years? Because I'm not the only one. There's a lot of people here. We graze that area. And for years, we never heard about people doing this and that until recently. And for years, I grew up, we always had water. We still had water, but we never had to run to the Tsinnajinnie, all this. There was always water there. And I believe water is essential. And so right now, when people talk about that being siphoned to all these entities, I just like to ask the lady who owns the well and who has the right to it. And then another thing is, you guys say you guys did census for people. That's for people. It'll be per day, correct? Was it 200 something gallons per day? Do you guys ever include our livestock? Those that have livestock out there, they gotta have water too for us to survive. We raise them and we sell them. So you guys ever put that into the equation? Because we use water. I might be the only one at home, but I got 10, 15 other sheep, a couple of horses, cows. Do you guys ever consider that? And then I have also another question. There's a representative, I guess we got elected. Was it Casey? My question is, we got a lot of good water over here. We don't like that. I guess a lot of people already said we preserve it. We just don't want that siphoned so somebody could make a quick buck and make money off of it. What about us? We got people out there. There's an elder here. She's worried about water. She's from that area. And she's been overlooked by the chapter official who's over there. And just recently, we had a meeting here. It was regarding a resolution. It was a resolution, from what I was told, was for the water infrastructure in East Canyon Diablo. But since then, that we had a different meeting, that was never even brought up. Instead, what we were told was that water's gonna be piped from there to here, somewhere else, where someone don't even have water. We live there. What's wrong with our people? Do we have any right? And then that brings me to the question, the senior, you guys were talking about senior user, junior user. Are we not the senior users, or are we the junior users? I think a lot of things could work, but a lot of community, the members need to be involved. We have officials. I wouldn't be here, to be honest. I had other good things to do, and I couldn't make it. But since our trust in our leader has been diminished, now some of us have to be here to make sure there's nothing being blackballed behind us. Because believe me, it's already happened. It's happened. And so that's why we have a lot of people here. Elders are worried. Now, if you guys want witnesses, there's a couple of elders here. And then I'm sure there'll be older people by the time 2027 comes around. But think about that. And then again, what was that about Mr. Casey Johnson? Why is he not on the water commission since we have water here? So he could talk with the people here. Why is he being used elsewhere? He was elected for a reason. So that's maybe something you guys should look at. And there's probably more I would like to say, but I think I'm gonna cut myself off. And this must be my sister. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your patience. I know you've had your hand up for a while. Appreciate you. Dr. Tulley-Cordova? Oh, 1 second. Here you go.
Can I ask if livestock's being counted? Because we turn in our count sheets every year. What are the ranchers using as leverage?
Go ahead. Just speak up.
I have a soft voice unless I act like a wrestling coach and football coach, and then I have a coach's voice and I can project it. there's a lot of different categories. And certainly, there's a category certainly for livestock, for stock ponds, for windmills, certainly for wells. And so we gather information on all these different categories for wildlife, so for fish, certainly for conservation. The one that we're going to have to do for 2027 includes certainly a large variety of categories as well. And so certainly stock ponds, livestock use, those are certainly categories that are considered separate from, domestic, commercial, industrial, municipal type of use. And so there is a lot of different categories, and we tried to prove up every single one of those categories, including, livestock, and of course irrigation.
I want to say thank you for you guys coming out and talking to us and making your program a little bit more so people are more aware of what's going on, especially about the water. It's been an issue with us for a long time because I live over there too at East Canyon, Diablo, and we sure didn't like what Peabody was doing to our water. And they also ruined our water. I know they did because all these windmills out here are dug down to like 300 to 400 feet. That's as far as they go. And they dug down 1,100 feet. And now we got all kinds of sediments and stuff like that come out of that well. And still, everybody that has anything to do about water, IHS, Leonard Chi, and our chapter president, they all say that the water is good. It's not good for human use, anyway. Our animals still drink it, and they seem to be doing okay, but it's not good for human use. And I have a complaint about you're showing us about litigation and all of that, and Flagstaff is included in there. Why are they included in there? They use our water, the sea aquifer water, from out there where we live at. We live right above sea aquifer water. And they use it. I don't know if they pay the nation for using the water, the use of the water, but what they do is they themselves don't use the water. They sell it to Phoenix. So Phoenix gets our water down there. And now they're asking for water, and I don't think we should allow them to have it. And Winslow uses our water, but Winslow doesn't claim to have anything to do with our sea aquifer. And when they were building that hospital there in Delcon, we suggested that maybe they should pipe the water that Winslow is using to take it over to Delcon, to their hospitals. But they never consider that. That's the other thing is that bothers me a lot, is all our officials don't seem to listen to us at all. We all have complaints, but no, they don't listen to us. It's just like the fact that several years ago, all our dirt tanks were getting filled up and stuff, and they sent engineers out there from the water department, and I went out there, I saw them taking their equipments out there, and I told them, I said, you know what? We have cracks in the earth, so please, if you're going to dig out that dirt, do it mildly. Don't go way down and hit the rocks because it's rocky out here too. And did they consider that? No. They dug way down, and now only one tank gets filled up with water every time we have good rain. The rest of them, the water just drains down the crack, and we don't have water for our animals. So what I'm saying is, please listen. And the other thing is the Salt River Project. I know they took that Roosevelt Lake area away from a bunch of Indians and got them relocated down to Phoenix, and then they built that dam up, so there's no Indians living around Roosevelt Lake anymore. Now, they're trying to clean up Lake Powell and Lake Mead. They're taking all that water, they pipeline it down to Phoenix and then down to Tucson for, what do you call it, agricultural use or whatever it is. Anyway, those people down there that grow things down in Tucson, they don't want to pay the amount of money that they're charging for that water. So I don't know what's going on. That's the reason why when I see their names up there and even Flagstaff, they're not interested in using the water for their people, for their own use. They're shipping it all down to Phoenix and down to Tucson. Well, anyway, I needed you guys to be aware of it. They did the same thing when they opened up that power plant up there in Page, and when they built that dam, every time the water rose, it had to reach a certain level. They kept it at that level so that the Indians couldn't use the water in their cornfields or whatever vegetation that they grew out there. They kept that water level down. Anytime it went up past that certain level, they would drain it all out, so it never went up. And so those people over there can't plant. They don't no longer have any kind of vegetation to grow or whatever. It's all dry area. So anyway, one of the things that I'm glad about is that power plant is no longer in existence. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Branch. We appreciate your attendance here, you and your daughter, and again, the entire community. I see, let's see. This is a gal that I want to hear from. All right, miss, let's go.
Yate aro he kwen khano yagi shedi akudona shat khodo Leupp what any jitho nle kojo El Paso station do north go ado yisina sha sechi ko what betoch aro kwe eclipse member in shlitcha ko a he kwen khano yagi khode to ilini tojo bai to hinna din lego ya kombayaltke yego bahastki ishit a kodit ya kodo ya shetina yazi when shero kintlachin shloshin bashchin na kidnedo da na kidneda shedo da shnale kot sonnen shle ko die ya kwen khano yagi he do hot an hilta halne do we have a lot of elders here and they don't understand English. So it's really hard. Ani enant akwa nhi edenek achiyaltiki e nada konsa yego bin dan ligo bedat algo ko en khanda kha to belagana achit e belkista huilna ko banant ako kodonat apena bana huilna doleli ish e khajat nek achabahan dogi khalati e yisi yisin leiden that nil kadiki adadan hiraniki dit ego the neck a chipen hitchki doleliki bahaten adelt it's a backwards process kwaeke because we are the land users and we are permittee holders. When we say no just one time, we drop the whole thing, right? So our voice are not heard from that level, the grassroots level. So I think that's very important for many of our elders, and many of the elders are not here today. And a lot of the people that herd sheep and go up after the cattle are not here. Like my sister, she hardly ever comes to these meetings. So and I know, I really appreciate you guys' presentation. This is what's needed. I wish we have more people, and if it was on a Saturday, definitely yes, it would have been a lot better. But I just have a few questions. You mentioned that there's a depletion in water in the area, and have you also considered sinkholes? Beaver Farm, there was a resolution that was put forth for farming 100 acres. It was unfair, and it was never told to us that there was going to be farming put over there. So these are the things that come across a chapter that we don't even hear about until it's already approved by other people that are in favor for random people. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that sinkholes are being considered. We also have Leupp El Paso Station, and we have that there's a plume of chromium-6 that was identified in the area a while back. That's why we had to relocate the water well up on top. And so I don't know what kind of seepage or how much more of that has been taken care of from Navajo Nation EPA or at the higher level of EPA. And the other one I have a question on is the settlement. When you do the agreement on the settlement, do all those people listed have to be in agreement to that settlement? Because I know the page went by, I couldn't really read the whole thing, all the listing. And what happens after that? And I know it's going to be a long, tedious process. So I just wanted to say thank you again for all of you being here today. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. There was one more question back here, and this might be our second to last question.
Yad Shea Broadjones de Tsinnajinnie, Ado Nakdine Nishle, Tkotsoni Bashchin, Hashkan Hadzahat Shea Do, Nanesh Eja Kachin Dashanelle, Nilea, Adahilene Do, Dilkon Naznille de Adent Nasha, Shikedo Dene, Shikedo Shitine. I have a few questions. Working with community and grassroots folks on the ground here, as a lot of folks here are talking about, will the DOJ and the water rights units be able to work and include community-based plans for when you do talk with the courts and negotiate with the courts? And are you willing to provide mapping information, planning information around that? I've reached out to Navajo Nation Land Department to request that information as well, and to find a way to help resolve a lot of these issues locally. Just because, yes, we can be a client-based mentality, as some folks are talking about. These Western frameworks of thinking go against the very basic foundation of fundamental law as the Net people. So are we able to work together as community and with the Navajo Nation on these water negotiations, or at least provide planning information at that level? And buffer zones. So Flagstaff water plan. They planned out in 2030 a way to sustain their community there for the next several hundred, or maybe 50 to 100 years. And the Red Gap Ranch we know of here in Leupp, and there's negotiations they've made there. And so they have 11 water storage tanks that are banking water, meaning that they're storing water for future purposes. Are there ways that we can do that here in the communities as well? Because if they use the same aquifer system we are using, the sea aquifer, we share that. And if they use the sweet or good water out of that, we tend to have the bad quality water here. Are there ways to prevent that as well? And then sinkholes, so way to storage water use. Are there plans that we can store water uses along the LCR watershed region? Because Leupp is one community out of many, as you showed on that map, that rely on this watershed and the future purpose of it as well. So those are some of my questions.
Okay, we're going to come back up here to our esteemed panelists who can start. We'll get to him, but there were a lot of questions that were just asked, so I want to give you all time to answer them before we take on another couple of questions, okay? Who wants to start up here?
So I do want to describe that you have great leadership here in the Leupp community. Delegate Casey Allen Johnson is a part of the Arizona Water Rights Negotiation Team, where the negotiation team is made up of delegates that represent communities across the Arizona portions of the Navajo Nation. And so he is very aware of the detailed conversations are going, and that group of delegates that represent communities across the Navajo Nation, also including, Delegate Simonson, there's also Cheryl Inyazi, there's a lot of delegates that represent the Arizona portion, and so they do advocate and they help guide the conversations that we are negotiating in. Also wanted to let you know that you have a strong vocal advocate from East Canyon Diablo, the Attorney General for the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, and she encourages us in our water department to be able to consider the things that have been brought up, the needs from the community, and growing up where she grew up, she knew that the water challenges, water hauling challenges, the need for people who don't have running water to be able to have running water. How are we considering addressing, like this grandma's situation, being able to try to provide water? And so within the work that we do, yes, settlement would be the opportunity to provide more funding for water development across the Arizona region, and that's what we're working on. I mean, there's different parts that we're working on that have been Navajo-funded project or either projects that have provided planning funding, design funding. I don't know if you know, but water development takes 3 phases: planning, design, and construction. And sometimes we only have enough money to do planning. And then, by being able to do these projects in a step-based approach, we can be able to build more continuity by interconnecting these public water systems. As described, we do have challenges with a lot of different water quality analytes because we have the Clean Drinking Water Act, the water that are in homes. We have to be able to abide by regulations that describe, the primary standards that we have to have. And sometimes you may feel frustrated if some watering sources have to be shut down, but it's for the benefit of the Navajo people, for the benefit of our health, because if there's elevated levels of different analytes, that can impact our health. I also wanted to describe, as described by Mr. Witherspoon, we look at past, present uses, and we look at all variety of water uses, and maybe something that's not considered at other non-Indian parties level is our cultural component, and we do advocate for those cultural components to be able to be preserved. Also mentioned by this young lady over here was being able to describe about community land use plans. We do take those community land use plans into consideration. So if you're considering different developments within your community, update your plans, describe what those plans are for your community. How do you want to grow? Are you wanting more water because you want to have more housing and have a Navajo Housing Authority build more homes? Are you wanting to have a bigger gas station? Just different things, right? Think about all the possibilities that might use water, or maybe even expanding some of the farming area. I know there's North Loop Farm area, but then there's also desires along the Little Colorado River to be able to revitalize farming across that region. And so just thinking about all of those efforts, we definitely take those into consideration. And if you have, comments about how to be able to, that we can better communicate these things, I appreciate Ms. Branch's descriptions about what we needed to do. Are we advocating for these things? I'm not an attorney, and so I'm not in those negotiating rooms in the court to be able to describe it. But as you heard, phase 2 is coming up, and if you desire to be a witness or you're willing to go up in front of court to give the position, let these guys know that you're willing to be able to do that. For me, I think it would be a little terrifying to be able to have the special master there, but I mean, anything that we can do to not only have the water for, ourselves and our livestock to support our families, but I think to also support our community is really important. And I did want to just, leave on one point. So the sea aquifer, yes, it's here, yes, it's in Leupp, but it extends all the way past the Four Corners area. How many of you have been to Toyac or to Cortez? That's how far north the sea aquifer goes. And it also goes east and west. And so there's a lot of communities like Leupp that rely on the sea aquifer. Ganado is a community that relies on the Coconino aquifer. Wells in Black Mesa, there's wells across Navajo that rely on the sea aquifer as well as the Navajo aquifer. And so we just try to use all of that water to the best that we can, and we try to help, at least from the Department of Water Resources. I know money is never enough, especially because we, as Navajo Nation, we have over 27,000 square miles. We're similar in size to the country of Ireland, but we don't have that budget of a country of Ireland. And so we are doing what we can, and the settlement that we have can be able to help us push us to develop that much further for the benefit of ourselves and this generation, but also for the future generations.
There's a lot of questions. In terms of measurements, certainly when we were in Tuba City, Chairman McDonnell brought up and addressed the same point that as a nation, there should not be any difference or racism in how the nation is dealt with, that it should be a human, essentially, line for everybody treated equally. And certainly we appreciate your comments, and we advocate. The difficulty is you're in this court system, and there's that concept of basic minimal need, and it can be challenged by the other parties, and so it is what it is. Certainly there's great difficulty that users of the land, certainly ranchers, farmers, because the land is considered in trust, and its occupational and use rights to have kind of the defined ownership to get access to some of the federal programs to benefit, farming and ranching, makes it very difficult on what's considered almost like a national monument. In terms of national monuments, there are provisions that protect those lands and keep those lands from access to maybe even picking flora or fauna or putting a stake in the ground or doing things. So it makes it really difficult because our reservation, we have to follow all of the federal policies and do environmental impact statements to do things and follow the historic preservation requirements. And so, certainly developing the land, making use of the land is very difficult. And that's one of the things that limits, certainly, individuals, families, and the nations. Sometimes, if there are other ways to cooperatively within a region say, we're going to agree as a group to this range management, and we're going to rotate, we're going to fence, we're going to seed, we're going to identify water sources for maybe windmills, or here's our ground well source. And so it is possible, but it takes, great communication with others, because the water is considered usufructory right, which is it's used by everybody. When you get the water from the aquifer, it doesn't say, okay, here's your boundary underground. It comes from the source of the aquifer, and it's certainly beneficial for everybody. If someone wants to drill a private well for their own, that water becomes essentially community water on Navajo for others in the region as well. And so it prohibits kind of this trying to develop the land, because you don't have kind of ownership to participate in programs. You have to share the water resource with everybody else in the community. So it makes it very difficult, as opposed to if you're off the reservation, and you have it in fee simple, you have all the bundles of sticks to be able to drill, use the minerals under, the rights above of the air in the airspace. You have the rights certainly to sell, to transfer, to divide, many things, and develop it. It makes it very difficult on Navajo to kind of create the opportunity for self-sufficiency. But collectively, if everybody agrees, it can absolutely be done on a greater level. It's so difficult just on an individual type of level. There's absolutely a need for funding to be able to repair wells and windmills, and that's certainly something that we're hearing across many of our presentations. Trying to get access to some of those resources. That's something maybe even at the chapter level, whenever the ARPA dollars or the Infrastructure Assessment Jobs Acts funds, to identify some of those projects to be specifically for the repair of some of the wells and the windmills, to benefit certainly the community. Of course, your own watering station or additional watering stations where you specifically potentially drill to create water stations within regions across your chapter, so that it's not so difficult to get access to water for your, certainly home and livestock use. Lester, I'm not sure if Lester, there he is. It would be helpful to know what the number of that well is, or the name of the well, but you can tell me afterwards and I can write it down, and then maybe get your email and try to get a response back to you about the well specifically. In terms of depletion, there's something called divert right and deplete right. And so to be able to divert, let's say, 100 acre feet of water allows you to take from that source, whether it's surface water or underground water. Obviously, you'd have to have a lot of wells to get that much, but deplete means it's not going to return to that source, and usually that's for surface water. So, if you flood to irrigate, so to speak, that water after it's done irrigating will typically go back into the next ditch down or further down and back into the source of the river. So deplete means it's actually used and it's not going back to the original water source or river or wash or to place. So there's a little bit of difference between diversion and depletion. Depletion means it's not going to, you're using it up. It's not going back into the source at all. Sinkholes are subsidence. Certainly that can be a concern in Navajo as well. Certainly something to discuss. It would be helpful if we might definitely need a little more discussion with our Water Resources Department to see about, how many examples and locations and timing of when these sinkholes or subsidences have occurred, to see if there's overdrafting occurring, on some of, whether they're in the Dakota aquifer, the N aquifer, or other aquifers as well. That could be helpful to see if there's overdrafting occur. Certainly in Phoenix region, they have certainly had a number of those issues because they were overdrafting their aquifers, their groundwaters, and so that created kind of a problem. I think those are the, did I get that? Certainly community planning, mapping information. The Department of Water Resources can absolutely use all of the 110 chapters, CLPC plans, certainly for advocacy. Certainly in our Little Colorado River, it's kind of those 44 chapters, and any watershed kind of planning data that can certainly be used. Certainly the buffer zones and water storages certainly are being discussed. Even in settlement is some of the things we're trying to accomplish.
So I'll try to make this quick. So going back to buffer zones, the buffer zones are very much a huge part of the discussion in the settlements. In terms of in the litigation, buffer zones are not a part of the issue whatsoever because it presents a different way. As far as litigation as well, several questions dealt with the GPCD. Again, that is only a litigation technique and method used by the state of Arizona and by the special master to figure out what recommendation the nation should have. But in terms of settlement, it's not necessarily a focal point because the idea is the users, and I'm sorry if that, I don't like using that word, but but in terms of this and working with the others, the users and the Navajo Nation as a user, having the appropriate knowledge to discuss with the other parties within the Little Colorado River to talk about the water that the nation wants. So the GPCD is more a litigation method and technique, that is not really a focal point in the settlement discussions. Another question was in terms of the agreement, do all have to agree? And again, it's about those who have claims in using, and so so yes, they have to agree, and they have to work together to work out their differences and their problems. So you have waited for such a long time, and you've been very, very patient. So I'm going to give it to you now.
has on it, but that iki healthishana that ko e ba hele let's say kodon hejata hot is she Samuel McCabe Jr. in Shia. The Red City Tordo Ado Tranas and the Leupp, a larger as a Tahagi Abe was appointed Birch Spring chapter president and got sworn in July 16th. Chinle Tsinnajinnie Shashana has got so I was just chained up to the chain that should say as a Lani that should not live that a that should gate though. Deep behind Nagi, though I go, none the spit at that in a long hill to dust. Though she don't include or you. None the spit at that. Called Sarnadish day, this trust land. The Nebuchadnezzar Zogi, Bendate Zogi, like Turquoise Ranch. I had down a trust land earlier. We'd like to know because I think there's a lot of economic opportunity around that Leupp turnoff. Although that plateau that's north of that I-40. There used to be Air Force Base at one time. Although Job Corps used it, and the Navajo tribe used it, only for a short time, donated foods, not job, although not job. Maybe a couple of years, whatever. Itade chose aid. The Nachios aid. And then along that plateau. Plateau I get up, it's on the south side. There's one place you can actually see the water. It's like a little cave. We can see the water underneath it. If that area is considered as a trust land now, we should be able to use that water source that's there. And they're talking about a project, hydroelectric or something plant that they're working on, or I don't know if they're going to do it, but they say that there's a company from Phoenix that's trying to set up that project, but actually it's a foreign country, French. They're the ones that want to implement that. They're going to be using a lot of water. And they allowing them to, if they allow them to use the water, then here the Tuchi di which I feel that we do need water rights. You have to pay for the water that you use when you live in the city. Which I've worked for the Indian Health Service for 40 plus years down in Phoenix. I have to pay for my electricity, pay for my water bill and everything. Get a bill from NTA. If you get your bill, electric gas. I don't want to case. I don't know. Nedena, Ratchene, they have to go off reservation to get good higher education. And then they go to work down and off the reservation. The way I see it, the jobs are not at prevailing wages. Working for the Indian Health Service, and in 638, the facilities that had gone under 638, some of the staff end up transferring down to Phoenix. There's still Indian Health Service, not 638. I thought staff shortage. No, even a number of times there's nurse shortage. And I think the tribe has to maybe improve their hiring practices, improve their wages for our students that go off the reservation to come back so they can get a good job on the reservation with good benefits. And some of the people that came to us in Phoenix, they don't want to go back to come and work for the 638 facilities. And the ones that work at Phoenix Indian Medical Center, they don't want to transfer back to the reservation to work under 638. I know that for a fact because I've heard it from them, from the ones that I had worked for. And down in Phoenix, the Navajo tribe, because some of our people had gone to work for companies that are willing to pay them good. And they don't want to come back.
Okay. Are you done with your question?
Oh yeah, one more thing. That's just kind of not really a question or a comment. It's
We're at 6:25. We need to wrap it up soon, sir.
We have the net can I get at the plane yo ko itashi betaratin that and the yo and the ito even so ye so that there's a machine the hashish kadeta ke okay can has because of the drought don't have tinda and see no not lossy. Be not any other laban case. called Dodo Hayugo Behasani got Bayada Tinalan land use management. Koko or Hayugo Benan Tinship, but that is to get to the point where we can all use our land and utilize it. Kon the Saudi bin Janahot is the Anki in it is that Dojo Hitnista. The Shin Soko out of Lebeta, we need Nisitli Kaya that egg, the dish Kaya. No, the Nedo Joy Hitnista. We need to get away from that. We need to go back to the basic. We need our and I think we need more than that, not like at a. We need to keep our language, our history. To be able to go back to the fundamental of working together and solving problems together as a nation.
All right, thank you so much. We do need to wrap up, and I see a gentleman back there who's waving at me. He's been giving me the eye. And I want to get to you, sir, but you have to promise me that it's going to be quick. All right, and then we're going to have the vice president close us out. And as you guys are exiting, please put up your chair.
My name is RMC. I don't have no fancy title. I'm just a member of this community. I'm from East Canyon, Diablo too. My question is to the attorneys. You know, I've been listening to you guys all afternoon, and there's a particular theme that I was listening out for, and Stant only mentioned it twice. That's boundary. Where is the boundary at? You know, the river, the LCR runs right through our communities. Yeah, I used to work for the Navajo Nation, and somewhere I read it that our rights is only to the meander of the river and not the water. And can you clarify that? Though the other question is the upper basin of the Colorado. For sure, I've read it that it's just our reservation boundary is on the edge of the canyon, or is it on the meander of the river, or is it right in the middle of the river? If it's right in the middle of the river, why are we being pushed around? That's what my question is. I mean, if we want to go further than that, look at what we contribute to the United States government. Look at our veterans. Look at it. We have a huge pool of veterans. How come they're not being recognized? I mean, being considered? This is what my question is. So hopefully you answer that. And if it's not in your presentation, hopefully it's in there.
Okay, sir, thank you so much. Who wants to take a stab at that boundary question? And I'm going to give you the microphone to close us out, okay? Boundary question.
No, go ahead. So regarding the boundary question, In Lake Powell area, that's been a question that has come up as well, right? As levels have dropped, more so than them filling up at Lake Powell, and quadrilateral agreement describe what that boundary is. Of course, all of that agreement is currently expired, and there's not been a resolve to be able to describe and come to an agreement of where that boundary is. With regards to the western side, what exists on the western side below Lee's Ferry is the Grand Canyon National Park area, and that boundary exists where it's at, which, I mean, it's not, the dividing line, to my understanding, is not the middle of the river or the middle of where Lake Powell is. So all of these things are being challenged. Like the former boundaries that have existed there in past agreements or acknowledgement of understandings before are being challenged with the decreased hydrology that exists. And those come up for debate between the parties that have had a former understanding of what those boundaries existed like under the wetter conditions. And so to be able to describe where things are at, I mean, we can't definitely be able to say this is what the boundary is, because we're still in debate about that with other people. Our tribe has, been able to describe that we've been in larger reaches beyond the boundaries of our reservation, but that's not acknowledged by the United States. Even though that we may be able to go past our boundary to be able to collect medicinal plants, as described by the treaties that have existed either from 1849 and 1868, and through those different executive orders, as you heard earlier today, our reservation has grown 19 times. So even that boundary that we have as a nation continues to grow. It was mentioned about Turquoise Ranch. I'm not sure that date of when that became trust land, but there's opportunities for our reservation to continue to grow, either through the Gokobal case, where those allotments may turn into trust land, or whether we buy these ranches or fee land, private land surrounding the Navajo Nation, like Winslow Tract, and those become different classification of lands. I mean, there's different types of land statuses that we have as a nation. We not only have those trust land or those fee land or the allotted land, like even when you go to the New Mexico side, we have the Tuahajile band, that's trust land, or the Tuahajile band that is fee land or even allotment land. And same goes for Clochin and Alamo. So just to describe to you that the boundary temporally over time has changed, even our reservation boundary.
Do you have more to add? Okay. All right. I'm going to, thank you. Before we wrap up and I give the mic over to Vice President Cody, I do want to just let you all know that we're going to be in Rough Rock and Pinon on Monday, the 12th, and in Coppermine on the 16th. So you all are more than welcome to come to those meetings as well. Like I said, Ms. Fern Benali over here, this is her third meeting. I expect to see you next week too. So please come to those meetings. We want to see you. We want to see, we want to hear your your questions, your comments. This also we'll have some radio forums come up. People said, we want this on a Saturday. We want this on a weekend. We hear you. We understand that. When the legislation drops in council and there's more to share with you, the real details of the settlement, we'll come back out into the communities and all over Central and Western to do a more in-depth presentation about what is in the settlement. And we'll have an interpreter here who can explain that in Navajo and Nebazad as well. And we'll try to do that on a Saturday with, of course, support from the chapter. But we are going to start radio forums. So we'll be on the radio next week, starting on Thursday. Dwight and Mac will be there with either Mr. Earl Tulley or Mr. Louis Danette Sosi, doing that interpretation, doing that translation in Navajo as well. But check out some of these Water Rights Commission's Facebook and Instagram pages and their website for more information, as well as the Water Rights Commission meeting. Remember, I mentioned that it's the second Wednesday of each month at 1 p.m. It is virtual, so you can join, and I encourage you all to do that. I'm now going to ask Ms. Cody to come up here and close us out. She'll give us some remarks about the meeting and then send us home.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you, community members. Leupp dohonit loni do kwa kewit enigi kwa da isils e adona so kiliji. Shiga on behalf of Leupp chapter and our community. In this negotiation or documenting, cases to be brought before the state. As you all know, we've been really working with Water Resources Department to do a lot of different grants and USDA has really helped us as well to really put on record what we have. We had a lot of studies done here. We have those reports, and even the watershed, we did it between 3 chapters. And then we also have many other reports that we could, submit as evidence. And then also in recent days, as a lot of the community members did come and testify that, the water, with this ARPA, there's a lot of projects being discussed again. We understand that our water, a lot of our water is brackish. So I'm hoping in this negotiation that you're asking on all these chapters that is part of the LCR, especially for Leupp, a descaling facility, a water treatment. I hope that's thrown in there on our behalf. And then also I'm hoping that some kind of a real community assessment gets done that makes our land use plan even stronger than it is, maybe having a unit from DOJ helping you to come back out to these communities so we can strengthen our land use plan. You can put us on a timeline so we can, come and document those, because Leupp's land use plan is being revised now. And certainly, with the assistance of DOJ and other professionals, we can certainly strengthen and really put a lot of information into our land use plan. And then also, if we do win a special appropriation ruling to the 164 SAS process, we should, when we do win this case, we should be treated like, all the processes that the council is doing for the ARPA fundings, so we can get our water line, and these are some of the stuff that, projects that need to be added is the sewer lagoon in our communities, septic tank projects, bathroom additions, plans to mitigate flooding, and roads, and then, water plans. Like we Leupp had a water plan, it's just drawn out on a piece of paper, just something like that, where it starts from A and it circles around the whole community and it comes back to where it started from. Those kind of plans, we're really asking for those plans, and I hope that these kind of plans are put in the settlement when money does come. I just want to say that these kind of projects, capital and commercial projects, be put on so we can grow, we can really benefit from this settlement. Right now, as you all heard, my community, we really, we did our little community assessment. Out of everybody besides the NHA here, there's 25 additional homes in Leupp that have running water. Everybody else in Leupp hauls water for themselves, for their animal, for everything that they ever do. and we are the oldest chapter on the Navajo Nation, and we are the, if you put us against other communities, they have a lot more infrastructure. We should be put on the priority to develop first before other communities get developed. So I just want to say that. So here nana di kwa honit lonigi dishi be tahuil ato la akon kiltahon nato adishina edi kitolonjon hich at email go nich at hon nato hatne to. And I know that Casey does tell us that he's at these negotiation meetings, and I'm hoping that council reaches back out to us to start really engaging with them, because we haven't really passed anything from the chapter to really spell out exactly our wishes, and we do have a lot of requests that we want to document and submit to the settlement too. So, and thank you again, Hihat.
Thank you, Vice President Cody, and thank you to Dr. Tulley-Cordova from the Water Resources Department, and Mac and Dwight from the Water Resources Unit. Thank you so much for your presentation. And thank all of you. We really appreciate you for coming out and sticking around. It's almost 7 o'clock. I hope you all are going to go get some dinner, because I'm hungry and that's what I'm going to do. Oh man, I'm coming to your house then, Tina.
Thank you.
Extra time, you guys. Thank you. There's some extra handouts on the back if you want to take some for your relatives. I think there might be a bag of chips left or some granola bars. Ooh, please take that too. Get home safely, everyone.